Alright, Meow. Hope you all are doing well. I was thinking about doing more coverage in the vein of what we did yesterday, but because the subject matter was quite grim, it's still going to be crime coverage, but it's going to be, the death of an adult rather than the death of a child. I'm also covering this because Sarah Boone's trial is slated to, I think, go live October 7th. This happened almost 5 years ago, and she's been through 9 lawyers, so it's a rather unique situation, though the actual crime, realistically, at the very least, second-degree murder, is relatively mundane. Recently, Laura, did another video where it looks like the defense wants to call her ex-husband, Brian Boone, to the stand basically as a witness. And while he'll likely attest that, oh yeah, Jorge would be violent and they would get drunk and all that stuff, a lot of things came out when I was watching the video that Laura, was covering. That's Peter Tragos at Tragos Law. Laura, one of several channels that I am subscribed to that I watch that have actual lawyers breaking things down. And he would talk about how Brian Boone, when he was interviewed by the cops the same day the crime happened, he was saying to the cops that, Sarah is supposed to have X days of custody, I'm supposed to have X days of custody, but more often than not, I have my child more because Sarah wants to drink, Sarah wants to go out and party, and if she has to take their son to school early in the morning, obviously that gets in the way of it. And he would talk about how Sarah would be fine, but then she wouldn't know when to stop with the drinking, and then she'd get to a point where she'd get angry and hateful and spiteful, attacking with her claws and nails, hitting. He said to the cop at least once that Jorge would hit her back, aka she's the aggressor, and the defense that Sarah's trying to go for is battered spouse. So you being the aggressor, you getting arrested for domestic violence, you constantly drinking, none of these things bode well for defense being battered spouse, especially since in the video we watch, Sarah's gonna be like, oh yeah, everything's fine, everything was good, he's been taking his domestic violence classes, we were having fun, it was a bucolic evening and nothing was wrong. He chose to get in, I left enough room on the suitcase for him to get out, and I was expecting him to get out of the suitcase, come up, and go to bed. If you're afraid of someone, if it's a battered spouse situation, you lock someone in a suitcase, you're expecting them that they're gonna come out and they're gonna be mad. Not oopsie doopsies, it was fun. Oopsie doopsies, I expected him to get himself out and it was an accident. So, realistically, it's the only defense Sarah Boone has, but it's not going to go well for her. So we're going to be covering that. I'll intersperse it with Pallas cat coverage. Mono flying, at the very least, I want to get to and beat Giovanni 1, but Surge is going to be difficult since flying loses to ice and flying loses to lightning. And Surge has that in spades. I also don't have the ability to, destroy the terrain with defog, because none of the flyers I have naturally learn defog. The channel that's doing this video is Dreading. After JCS channel got taken down for his coverage of the falsifying a hate crime hoax Jussie Smollett, there was a vacuum in what JCS, Jim Can't Swim, was covering. And as such, a lot of channels came up to fill the gap that JCS absence created. Dreading, in my opinion, is one of them. HQ, hope you and the cats are doing well. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for stopping by. I'm covering Dreading's video on the interrogation of Sarah Boone, the suitcase murderer in Florida. Her trial will be happening, I believe, October 7th. Short of some delay, I expect it to finally go to trial after about 5 years. I hope you sleep well, and I appreciate you stopping by, HQ. Have a good night's sleep, and I hope you have a great day when you wake up.
To ask Sarah Boone how her life was going, she would have said it was amazing. For the past year, she had just finalized her divorce.
This is also within the vein of last night's content, not because a child is dying, but because you have someone who's gonna run their mouth for like half the video, and then the detectives are basically gonna drop the ball and be like, so by the way, you're stupid, and we have a bunch of video. And the first half of the interrogation is this person just dug themselves a fucking hole, and now they're gonna dig themselves into an even deeper hole in an attempt to get themselves out of it, which it will showcase why you never talk to police. You ask for a lawyer, you stop talking, she gives them so much to work with. Sarah Boone has damn near no credibility. And if you're familiar with the Sarah Boone case, with all the letters she's writing, with the fact that she's had 9 different lawyers, the way she's acted, it's just, she's outrageous. It's very much going to be a situation where there's a lot of instances of bad behavior piling up, and then it more or less snowballs to a point that no one is going to feel bad for Sarah Boone.
Divorce from her over a decade-long partner, Brian, who she believed was holding her back. She had her own apartment with her longtime boyfriend, Jorge, where she would regularly host the light of her life, her son, Lucas, and everything was going her way. She was an overachiever through and through, and although her marriage had ended, she was looking for...
She's also in her 40s, so when Sarah Boone goes on to say, I'm a straight-A student, I'm an excellent mother, and I excel at everything, it's kind of like a mental whiplash to be like, woman, you've been out of school for at least 20 years. I don't think you can still say you're a straight-A student, you know?
Forward to brighter days. Everyone who knew her thought the world of her and knew that despite the hard times she'd been through,
she's a narcissist through and through.
Days actively looking after...
Not to say she has narcissistic personality disorder, because I'm not trained in the DSM-5, and I don't want to give her an excuse to be like, oh, I'm this way because I have NPD. No, she has narcissistic tendencies, and you'll see it in the way she talks and how she acts. I would never do this. Everyone knows. And if you've seen any other footage with narcissists like Anthony Tott, Jodi Arias, Chris Watts, etc., there's certain things you see and hear, and it's like, yeah, this person is fucking full of themselves. And they have an image that they think they're portraying, and if they just say the same thing long enough, people will just believe it, you know? Classic gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. All right, SSN, let's go.
The apartment complex, keeping up a happy and healthy co-parenting relationship with Brian.
All right.
And all around, putting her best foot forward. But all of that would change one night with a simple game of hide and seek. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, brought to you today by Incogni. Today we are going to be covering...
We're gonna icy win both of them. It'll do super effective damage to dart tricks. It will also lower Duat's speed.
This video came highly requested by multiple subscribers and patrons over on Patreon.
Duat also has Eviolite, so he's even tankier. Honestly, not bad. This will probably be enough, though. Oh, wow, no, it's not. I was wrong. That's fine. Okay.
So this video will not be as in-depth as my past content. But before we go any further, a word from our sponsor.
Okay, that's fine. Water pledge, not a big deal.
Did you...
So now we're gonna finish off Duat with probably Icy Wind, and then Air / Bug Buzz Simisage. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you've had a good Tuesday. I forgot to do subtitles. I apologize. Okay.
cared for. However, that in no way was the case, and many people who were involved with her actively laughed at that assessment when it was indicated to them by police during this investigation. Sarah had been an overachiever in school. However, when she became a wife and mother, she began to spiral. She felt trapped and isolated.
Nice.
She was now
Love
just expected to give all of herself to her newborn son and husband.
I mean, yeah, that's what happens when you're a mother.
With her ex-husband, Sarah began to collapse.
All right, this is an issue I gotta swap out. All right, I'm gonna go into Drake.
Alcoholism has been a part of her life.
I mean, it's always been a part.
I need to get rid of the Simisage.
It seems to have gotten worse and worse. I think more or less kind of since we had.
And this is Brian Boone, the ex-husband.
It was the fact that she kind of.
Okay, nice.
Maybe felt trapped or something.
The berry proct, so Masquerade ain't dead yet.
Whatever she wanted, or else
Ah, the Magma Storm. You hate to see it. We're gonna try to finish off Simis here.
anymore when she got a kid.
Right.
So
How old's your son?
he is 9.
We're gonna go for the burn, maybe.
Worse over the years.
Or I'm just gonna die, that's fine.
The main reasons why I divorced her. I just couldn't deal with it. I mean, it got to the point where, on weekdays she'd go out, and I guess the George person is one of the people she had met. Because I separated at one point, went over to my parents' house to live for a few months.
We're gonna try to put Wigglytuff to sleep here.
Cold place or something like that. But I come back, we were in therapy trying to work it out. And I mean, on a weeknight, when he's got school the next day, I've got work the next day.
Shockwave. Bug. No. We'll go Gust. Honestly, that's fine. The next one's gonna be rough because Cramorant has a focus sash and hits really hard.
While Brian would stay home with Lucas, making sure he was looked after
Not yet.
and taken care of, Sarah would go
Alright.
out to bars and get
I also need to make sure I grab Brick Break.
In her glory days. She partied like a teenager, drinking in excess and blacking out.
She's also in her 40s, by the way.
Hours, often bringing back a gaggle of men and women to keep the party.
The all this talk about her drinking is important because Sarah literally within this interview, she's gonna be like, I don't like to drink a lot. I like to have my wits about me. I like to be compos mentis, which is a Latin legal term for essentially you're in a clear state of mind, and then later on she's gonna be like, well, it was the alcohol. And oh yeah, I can drink like a bottle and I'll be fine. But now you have Brian attesting to, oh yeah, she'll just drink and drink and drink and she won't know when to stop, and then she'll get angry and violent and drunk, and it's going to play into murder, because when you're talking about something like murder, you have to have intent. Obviously, if you're choosing to get drunk or you're choosing to take drugs, that you're willfully putting yourself in an impaired state, so you can't exactly use that as a defense, but she'll try to use it as a defense anyways. But if you're completely sober and you're choosing to do something, you can't even be like, well, I was drinking. Not that it would fly, but no, you were in a clear state of mind and you chose to do this. And if you can establish intent, that's how you go from something like manslaughter to murder. I think third degree, it's more about, would the reasonable person believe that this action or lack of action would cause serious harm? Whereas something like first degree is, you committed an action knowing it would kill this person, and even if it only took like 5 seconds to premeditate it, that's enough. We saw premeditation yesterday in the case where the perpetrator murdered a child. Prior to asking Biomom if child could stay over, she did Google searches to the effect of, what is it called, or what is the name of a person who wants to hurt another person's child, several hours before asking the mom if she could stay over. And that's more than enough to prove intent. So the alcohol, the intoxication, it's absolutely going to be a big part of this.
Going in the house she shared with her family, not caring of how dangerous that could be.
Okay.
Brian discussed waking up multiple times to upwards of 20 strangers in the house, just hanging out and drinking to excess, all the while their son was in his room sleeping. Brian realized how dangerous the situation was for their son, how any number of men or women Sarah brought home could stumble into their child's room and harm him, and he begged Sarah to get help, but she actively rejected the idea, unable to deal with what she was doing.
I'm gonna get rid of
Brian
fighting.
would tell her that her drinking
I think.
had gotten out of hand. She would lash out
Okay,
violently,
let's see.
striking him multiple times and scratching his face, arms, neck, and torso, screaming that she was fine and he was the problem.
Cosplay, thank you for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling better. I appreciate the lurk. I hope you've had a good day. I would say I'm doing relatively well. Thank you for asking. Sarah Boone, the suitcase murderer in Florida, her trial is going live October 7th, I believe. And realistically, she's looking at least second-degree murder. So with that coming up, I wanted to cover her interrogation again. This is from Dreading. In my opinion, he's one of the better channels that cropped up after JCS, i.e. Jim Can't Swim. His channel got taken down after he covered Jussie Smollett faking a hate crime. I hope the Yu-Gi-Oh games went well last night. I was lurking. We're also going to intersperse this with Pallas Cat coverage. And another reason why I wanted to cover Sarah Boone was because throughout half of this video, Sarah's basically just running her mouth, thinking the cops are believing it. Then halfway through, they're like, so by the way, we have a bunch of stuff that proves you're wrong. And then it's too late for her to go back in time and undig that hole, you know? You can't put the genie back in the bottle. And right now, this was when the crime happened. The cops investigating are talking to her ex-husband.
Kind of extended.
Right,
I
yeah.
don't know what happened exactly.
Right. No, I'm just looking for.
That was part of it.
And you said when she drinks that she can get physically aggressive.
She can. I mean, she did it to me a lot when she hit me and stuff like that. I mean, she's tiny. I mean,
Yeah. What do you mean hit?
All right, we gotta get her involved.
Smack you, or like
Let's see.
She punched me. I mean, more arms, and she many times would use her claws. I mean,
And all of this is gonna play against battered spouse.
things like that.
She gets drunk. She gets violent. She's the aggressor.
Drunk and I had restraint. I never touched her back. I think George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So
And while I can understand that being an ex-husband, you may have some motive, the language of, I have self-restraint. I didn't hit her back. Back being the key word. So Jorge isn't coming swinging at Sarah. Sarah's drinking. Sarah's hitting Jorge. Jorge is then hitting her back. Piranha Plants, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. Sarah Boone crime coverage. She allegedly was playing hide and seek with Jorge. Jorge chooses to get in the suitcase. Sarah knows where he is because he's in the suitcase. And then she goes upstairs, she goes to bed, and she forgets he's in the suitcase. All of this is problematic for battered spouse. And it's pretty grim. Yeah, this one. It's important though, because while I have covered lawyer, you know, talking about it, the video that I did of the initial interrogation video is long gone because, you know, Twitch deletes my VODs after a week. So this is probably new to some people, and it's within the vein of what I was covering last night, because yet again you have another person who's basically just going to run their mouth for half the interview thinking everyone believes them, and it's like, well, we have a bunch of stuff to the otherwise, and then you can't dig yourself out of that hole. Thank you for stopping by, Piranha Plants. What have you been up to?
all the times he got arrested, she started. I don't know. I wasn't there, so.
We're taking on SSN, mono flying.
I mean, it wasn't anything too, I don't know, too much. I mean, just
Okay, good.
Right? Yeah, like you can handle yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Their fights would come to an end when he would lock himself in another room, or she would leave the home, going once again to a bar in the area to drink. In Sarah's mind, she didn't have a problem. She wasn't an alcoholic, and she wasn't doing
I can
anything
stop
wrong.
whenever I
She
want
just
to.
liked to have a couple of drinks throughout the day.
Presumably Pokemon ranked. I used to have ladder anxiety when I would play ranked in games, so I can wholly feel that for you. It's definitely not a great experience. Flinches, big cringe. Niche teams can always be relatively funny if they're going like off meta, or they're built specifically to counter the meta. I don't really play competitive anything anymore. I've kind of realized that I'm just not good at it, and you know what? That's fine.
Brian was making a big deal out of nothing. She could not mentally handle the idea that what she was doing was in fact
25,
wrong,
okay.
and instead had to create a scenario where Brian was the bad guy and trying to control.
I legit had to use Ice Spinner in Mono Psychic because I had no way to destroy terrain. I want to use Defog to get rid of terrain in this, but I don't think any of the flyers I have naturally learn Defog yet. So it's going to be mono flying, having to suck up electric terrain to Surge. Also, Piranha Plant, since you're here, I have a Masquerain, a Butterfree, a Rotom, and a Togepi. I have a bunch of other mons in the box. Do you want to name any of them? If so, give me a name. I think Talonflame does learn Defog, but I'm pretty sure it's from a tutor or a TM, because I believe one of the TMs you get is Defog from Game Corner. And also, Talonflame doesn't happen until like level 35, and the level cap is 34 for Surge. So Supercell knows what he's doing.
Because of her drinking and growing volatility, Brian felt uncomfortable leaving Lucas solely in her care. So when he would go to work, the boy was usually left at another relative's house. Sarah's friends and family were all well aware that she had a problem. However, none of them felt comfortable talking to Sarah about it. It wasn't just
Yeah,
Brian
it is
who
tough.
she would lash out at, but them as well. And for the most part, they just quietly.
I'm gonna try to stall out the electric terrain because it's only, I think, 5 turns, unless the Pincurchin has an extender. I'll check the docs after we do SSN. I have some coverage for Lightning for free swaps, aka I have Motor Drive Rotom and Volt Absorb Kilowattrel. I also have a Gligar, so that's good. I do have a Gligar. The only downside there is Surge has 3 Mon with Ice moves, and if obviously a 4 times weakness to Ice is gonna hurt a lot, even with a Yachi Berry to resist it. So I can basically like get a quote-unquote free swap, but the Mons that Surge has that are really good are I think either Focus Sash or Punch Glove Palmot, who's very fast, and then obviously Mega Manectric.
He stopped speaking to her. While out, Sarah began to have various affairs with a variety of different men who, like her, would be drinking in the middle of the day. It was at one of these bars that Sarah met Jorge Torres Jr. Jorge was working at Ace Hardware.
We take air
Like
slash.
Sarah, he also had kids of his own, although he rarely ever saw them. Jorge and Sarah had one very important thing in common. and
Low
that was their
accuracy,
drinking
so I'm not
habits,
gonna bother.
and the relationship formed around that. Brian, for what it's worth, wanted to try and keep the marriage afloat for the sake of their son, and requested that Sarah and he go to counseling, but she would reject his offer.
Let's see.
Once again, in her mind, he was the issue,
Yes,
not her.
I
So
am
she
going to be
didn't
using
want to
Serene
interfere.
Grace,
He knew she was
but I
actively
may
cheating
not
on
have a
her
shiny
and
stone
the
yet,
man, but
which is what you
until
need
the
to
man
evolve it.
showed up at the home belligerent
All right,
drunk and
let's see.
screaming to see his wife, that Brian would eventually separate from Sarah for good. Sarah at this point would realize that she had crossed a line.
I'm
and
gonna
tried to
keep
repair
quick
the
attacks. I know
relationship.
I'm
She
not
told
gonna
Brian that she
outspeed
would
the
stop
Palmas.
drinking, seeing other men, and would finally
Okay.
go to therapy with him, which is all Brian had really asked for. However, after a few sessions, he realized it was a lost cause. According to Brian, while in therapy, Sarah would continuously misremember certain events, entirely deny that certain things she'd done had happened, and would lie to the therapist about obvious things. To him, it felt like she was more concerned with looking good. and
She
keeping a
was,
certain
absolutely.
positive self-image than fixing any of the issues. And he knew it
All
would
right, I
be
think
better
we're
for
good.
him to just cut his losses.
Let me see if
After
I
the
have a shiny
separation and
stone.
Subsequent divorce, Sarah
Okay.
became a wayward presence in her son's life.
I do not.
The rotation
Boo.
real quick. So Monday, Tuesday. she'll
All right,
have
let's go.
Wednesday, Thursday, you'll have them, and then you rotate each weekend.
Laleep is gonna be a pain.
Every weekend?
Storm Drain and Eviolite. I basically need to double in on Cramorant.
Last Tuesday was the last time he was actually over here.
And spent the night.
Yes.
Okay.
Probably another week before that.
You sound safe.
Ideally, we don't flinch. No flinch.
UK. And the
Yeah.
Ah, we flinch. You hate to see it.
stay here last Tuesday.
Okay, we're gonna Shockwave again.
Last Tuesday.
Was well then. Okay.
Nice.
So you technically have him.
I do need. Well, yeah, yeah. It's dead.
That's why I said I was
So
going
even
to
though that's
try
how
and get
it's
there.
supposed to be, you still have him.
All right. Let's see. How do we want to play this? Let's go. Togetic.
Food or whatever else reason. I think sometimes just she wants to stay
Mm.
do that. She's got to wake up or take them to school.
That's a good point.
Any number of different reasons. So.
Sarah would rarely see him.
Honestly,
Sometimes,
I'm
when
just
the
gonna go
son
for the
would
yawn.
focus from school, she would simply not show up, leaving the
Don't
boy
die.
waiting for
Okay, good.
hours until the school would contact his father. Other times, she would pick him up,
Nice.
and according to her own
All right.
landlord,
We
she
can't
would
use
leave him
water
unattended
because
running
Laleep
around
has Storm
her
Drain.
apartment complex without any sort of supervision.
Okay.
Or still, she would cut visits short, calling Brian after a couple of hours to pick up their son, saying she wanted to go out drinking and didn't want him around. But Sarah had found a new excuse as to why she wasn't able to be present with her son, and that was Jorge. As mentioned previously, Jorge had a good
Okay,
amount
good.
in common
Nido
with
Queen's
Sarah,
asleep.
mostly in that they both love to drink. However, they were both entirely toxic people. When agitated, both Jorge and Sarah would often instigate physical altercations, pushing, scratching, and attacking whoever they were with for little to no reason. And when the pair
And I
were
mean, we knew
together,
this would be
they became
difficult
the target of each other's
because
ire. According to those who were around the
flying
couple,
loses
Sarah
the rock.
usually started
Magica.
arguments,
Hey, how you
accusing
doing?
Jorge of everything from cheating.
I hope you're doing well. And yeah, it is a double battle, absolutely. Thank you for stopping by, Magica. We're just working on SSN. We're covering Sarah Boone, the alleged suitcase murderer. Realistically, it's going to be second-degree murder at the very least. I don't think so. Not yet. I've seen like one Mon with Detect, and I think it was Yanma or Yanmega. Kilowatt Roll has Volt Absorb.
To stealing money, and she would claw his face,
All
neck,
right.
and arms. Where Brian had never laid a hand on his wife, and
Shockwave.
always pushed her away and then left the situation quickly.
I'm gonna
Jorge
side
would
beam the
retaliate,
Nido.
kicking, punching, and hitting until the fight was over. When interviewed
Ah,
by
the
police,
frostbite. You
Sarah
hate to see
Jorge's
it.
landlord would go on to state that
Oh, wait,
early
nice,
on in
almost
their
dead.
tenure, Sarah had stated
Okay.
that Jorge was abusive. to
Shockwave
her, and
again.
She wanted to get his name off the lease.
You had told us that Sarah would confide in you about her.
Okay, nice.
Can you tell us
All right.
further what she would tell
Let's
you?
see. We're gonna go
Sarah, when shortly after she moved in
Shockwave,
with George, she came to the office
Psybeam.
to talk to me.
Nice.
We noticed bruises and stuff.
All right.
She asked me if she could talk to me privately. and
We want to
asked
get rid of Nido Queen.
She would be able to get George off the lease. Is there any way to do that? Which prompted, deeper conversation. She proceeded to let me know, and she was showing me a lot of bruises.
I don't have a Mantike yet. I think after this battle I can get it because Mantike comes from a good rod. So I probably will end up having to grab that for the first Game Corner grunt that has the Aerodactyl team.
And something got broke. I don't know if it was one last or something. But, you know, she came to me at one point asking, you know, what do I do? Like, how can I get rid of him? You know, I don't want to go with this.
All right, we got there.
I just asked her, she
Yeah, it is. All right. Thankfully, no more double battles. Yeah. All right, so now we gotta get ready for Brendan. It's gonna be X-Ploud.
It wasn't too long after
That's not an item.
that I found out the police had come and George was arrested. I don't remember about how long it was in between time, but there was another incident after
All right.
The complaints throughout their whole term, roughly about 20 to 30 noise complaints, fighting, arguing, banging on doors. I think it was just always something pertaining to their lifestyle. I do know that I have seen both of them intoxicated as early as 9 o'clock in the morning, and I mean staggering intoxicated.
I don't think so. I'll check the Google Docs after this. All right. I didn't know Mega Sceptile was nerfed in this, but I'm sorry to hear that it was nerfed. All right. So this is basically more character evidence of, oh wow, so now we have yet another person who can attest to Sarah constantly being drunk, being neglectful of her kids. According to Sarah, she rarely drinks. She's an excellent mother. She excels at everything. And it would seem that Sarah is the only one who more or less has that opinion of herself, which is not uncommon that narcissists will have what they deem to be an image of themselves and they just think everyone else believes it, you know? And they're more concerned with hoping they look good rather than, oh my god, I did something horrible. All right, so let's see. We're gonna check the PC. We're gonna keep Masquerain. We're gonna keep Butterfree. We're gonna ditch Togetic for now. We're gonna ditch Kilowattrel. I think I'll keep Rotom. I'm gonna lead with Flamigo so I can kick what's his face to death. Ah, okay. I mean, honestly, I've never seen Sceptile never used as a special attacker, so I'm okay with him being more or less forced into a Fizz attacker. Alright, so we'll grab Flamigo, and I think we'll grab... We'll grab Gligar. Alright, let's see. How do we want to do this?
And, you know, George had explained to me that she was actually the aggressive one. And the reason she ended up with Marks is...
Now, that is at least the second person attesting to Sarah being the aggressor. This doesn't bode well for battered spouse. All right. By the way, how is the audio for the video? We do grab U-turn. I gotta fight Bugsy as well, so I have U-turn for more mons. I don't think I have a Dust Stone yet.
you know, not that she was hitting him, but she would be in his face, or she might, you know, push him, or, you know, little things like that.
I'll double check though.
Blocking from coming out of the room or whatnot, and he would take her and move her.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll boost the audio then.
She has told me, even literal to Monday, I have been told by her several
All right,
occasions
hold
that
on.
he drug her around by the hair of her head. I've been, you know, told about my neighbors. I'm sorry I don't have it anymore, but at one point a tenant actually sent us a video of the attacks.
There you go. That'll have to suffice. I bumped it up a good bit.
There was
All right.
another complaint incidents about a ladder being propped up to the wall.
Ah, yeah. Glad I could help.
That George was using to climb over the wall.
Okay, let's see.
To try to get back into his apartment, sneaking in and out. There was another night, sorry, I forgot to tell you about this too. I got a call for one of my vacants in building 24, 4724, which is not the building. There was a tent set up.
All right, let's go, Brendan. Oh, tea. I love tea. What kind of tea are you gonna go make?
Because she had it out of the house.
All right, so we're gonna eat his berry.
For that reason, I don't
We're gonna low sweet for the kill.
and her fighting back, the different aging.
He probably side shocks here.
He was so drunk and had no idea where he was.
So
She came home. Luckily, her kids were not
I think I'm gonna go Bleegar, and I'm gonna try to knock off. Ah, he lands it. The 60%. You hate to see it. Okay.
With them in that aspect, but nothing has ever been so bad that, you know, I didn't feel
You
like
hate to see it.
Like I said, we haven't had any issues since May of last
Okay.
year. No complaints and nothing until this. So we thought, hey, they're
Of course.
You know, and they fix the problems.
Okay.
Has she come to you since May?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I'm gonna get outsped here. Oh no, I'm not. I love that.
Friends
I
and
was
family
waiting
also
for the
witnessed
aqua jet,
multiple
you know.
fights between the couple, leading to them
Okay.
encouraging both parties to end it and leave each other.
I don't think I've had mate herb. Interesting that you're splashing a bit of coffee in. I had an energy drink. I'm probably gonna have some of my mulled cider that I made this weekend. I'm trying to space it out because, you know, allergies.
Couple
All right.
instances, Jorge would leave the
Grove
apartment for the
Oil,
night and
we're
crash at
gonna
his
go
parents'
into
house. The next
Masquerade.
day, Sarah would immediately
We're gonna
come over and pick him
go
up.
Bug
They would act
Buzz.
like nothing had
And oh, I
happened.
don't
Their
die.
immediate neighbor, Elijah Walker, spoke
Beautiful.
to the police and press about
Okay,
how much the pair
Lunatone.
argued and how at one point he
Ah,
found Sarah
you hate
asleep
to
on
see
his
it.
back porch. She had been
I
locked out
used
of
the
house
wrong
by Jorge,
move.
and in her drunken
Okay.
stupor crashed on his back porch.
This is gonna be
thinking it was his.
unpleasant.
About a year into their relationship, while Sarah
Lunch.
was still technically
All right,
fine,
good, we got there.
Sarah went out with Jorge to a bar. After about an hour,
All
Sarah
right.
approached another man at the bar and asked
Look
him
at
about a
this.
cigarette.
Look at this
According to
long
Sarah,
legs
Jorge became
flamingo.
agitated
It
upon
makes
seeing
me
Sarah
it makes me
talk to
laugh.
another man
It seems
and
very
promptly
silly.
left the bar. Later
All right.
that night, when they were both
Thank
back
you.
home,
Now we're gonna
Sarah
take on
claimed that
Surge.
Jorge grabbed her
I'll
by the
pull up
hair
the
and then
docks,
dragged her up the
and we'll
stairs.
try
She
to,
also stated that
beat
he
him.
kicked her in the eye. Notably, according to the police records, she wasn't able to recall how she came to be on the ground for him to
Pokerogue?
grab her by the hair
Yeah,
and begin to drag her.
I played
The
it
dude
as
had
well.
multiple red marks around
I
her face,
learned that
coinciding
the
with her statements.
dev
According to
kind of
Jorge,
like
Sarah had been
bailed
the one who attacked
to
him.
work on,
Jorge
you know,
told
his
the
own
police that
life.
after riding
So
home
it's
from the
probably
bar,
not going to
they
get any
argued like
further
Sarah had
support,
stated,
sadly.
but she lunged at
It's
him and began to
it's hard.
strangle him.
It
He
also
had
has
sitting
no
on the
end
stairs
game
at the
because you
time
basically
and
just
tried
keep
to push
going
her
until
off
you
of him,
die.
kicking her in the
So
head
I
in
haven't
the
played it
process.
in a minute.
Like Sarah, he had marks around his neck that indicated he was
Okay.
telling the truth about being strangled. However, neither party would sign a statement with the police, and both denied.
And that's common within people when you have domestic violence. Partner A will get beat by partner B. Partner B gets arrested. Then partner A refuses to more or less provide evidence / testify, so then the charges get dropped. Domestic violence, it's a very complicated thing, which is why someone on the outside be like, Lamau, just leave. It's rarely that simple, especially when children are involved.
Medical treatment. The police,
All
unable
right.
to determine who had been the primary aggressor due to the injuries being on both parties, arrested them both, releasing them the next day after they both sobered up. In 2019, Boone called the cops on Torres and stated that he had once again
So now we're
gotten
gonna go
upset with her
fight,
speaking to another man. and while
Bugsy.
she slept, threw her off of the bed and began to assault her. He was immediately arrested and a no-contact order was put in place, but their relationship continued on. Oh, thank God. With her actively going to each of his court dates and not respecting her own restraining order. Eventually, Boone would weaponize a restraining order against Torres in an argument. Though they had stayed in a relationship, she had come to his court dates, and she in no way was respecting the restraining order. She called the cops on Torres one night when he, according to the police record, came into the apartment and took her credit card. Originally, she claimed he broke in and stole the card, but later she stated she had let him into the home to get it. He was later...
Yes. And, when Sarah actually gets talked to by the cops who were talking to the property manager and Brian, she's like, I'm in fear for my life. Does Jorge's family have to know what happened to him? They're gonna kill me. And she said, once again, the narcissist plays the victim. Oh, they hate me. Oh, they're gonna kill me. And recently, her lawyer did a meeting, and her lawyer, the last thing he said at the press hearing was Jorge's brother is currently in prison because he murdered his partner, and obviously is waiting to go to trial. And he opened up with it as the Torres brothers are violent towards their women. So once again, trying to paint Sarah as the victim.
They're arrested and returned to jail, where he...
Also, the abusers in coercive control relationships, they'll isolate the victim, and family members will be like, oh my God, girl, you gotta get out of here, he's no good for you, you gotta leave. And basically the person refuses to leave, and people get exasperated. They get tired of being like, well, I've already told her to leave like a million times and she won't fucking leave. So then basically they give up, they wash their hands of the victim, and then it's only the victim and the abuser. It's horrible stuff.
Was sentenced to Alcoholics Anonymous and anger management. Even still, the couple stayed together. Torres' family hated Boone, and according to her, believed that the relationship would kill him. They believed because she
And
had
they
stayed
were
advised
right,
with him,
sadly.
striking him until he defended himself against her, and then called the cops, stating that he had started the fight and assaulted her.
There's
virtually
defog.
no reason.
Okay, good.
They called her a,
So,
quote, white dragon.
I'll be
and
able to
after
use
witnessing
that
her
to get rid of
struggle
electric
fight with
terrain.
him,
That's
they
huge.
stopped allowing her to come to their homes. And unfortunately for Jorge, his family's assessment
Alright,
would
let's
be
see.
proven correct. On the evening of February 23rd, 2020, everything had been
Piranha
going
Plants,
normally
are
for
you
Sarah
okay?
and Jorge.
Or
According to Sarah,
is your dog typing? Okay, so we know he leads with low kicks. We understand that it's already raining. We know we're definitely gonna want some rock in here. Oh, okay, understood. I'm gonna use Bombardier. Well, let me actually sort things. So, probably not Flamigo. I'll use Gyarados mainly because I can intimidate. Probably not Gligar. Maybe Rotom. Maybe Butterfree for the sleep powder. Probably not Masquerain. Alright, let's see. So...
they spent the night drinking wine and doing a puzzle in their living room. However, while drinking, they got the idea to start playing hide and seek in the apartment. During the game, Sarah saw a small suitcase in the living room, which was usually in a closet, and joked to Jorge that it would be funny if he got into it, at which point, Jorge willingly got into the case. Sarah then zipped it up.
So, obviously, the classic game of hide and seek, where the seeker has the hider go in a place they know, then the seeker Looks for the hider. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that you took a fat L in basketball, but I'm glad that you got to the park and got out and were active. So mad props to you for that.
Almost all the way, using a small paperclip because the zipper was broken. She made sure to leave a small opening, big enough for 2 fingers to reach out of the bag so that Jorge could get himself out and breathe. Jorge and Sarah laughed for a while, until Sarah got tired and decided to go lay down.
Honestly, I'm gonna bring fire with me, just so I have something for the Sizor.
The next morning, she would wake up at 11 a.m. to an empty room and assume that Jorge had simply woken up before and was downstairs on his laptop. She would stay in bed for about an hour, but eventually she would get up after realizing the home was uncharacteristically quiet. It was when she went into the living room and saw the suitcase still zipped up and
we
on the
will
floor
grab Sucker
that
Punch
she
as well.
Putting him
Over Whirlwind for now.
Rushed to the case and unzipped it, and was greeted with the long dead body of Jorge Torres Jr. She removed the body from the suitcase and put him on the floor to check for any signs of life. When she saw there were none, instead of doing the normal thing and calling the police, she called her ex-husband.
Yep, that's
Brian.
already
Brian
a red
was
flag.
used to Sarah calling at all hours of the night and day and talked to her a couple of days before when she requested he send her more money because her bank account was in negative. He had been calling her since 10 a.m. that morning, as it was her day to pick up and host their son, and he figured
I'm gonna grab Sigilif relatively fast, high speed.
He had no way of knowing the horrific scene she would try to entangle him
Decent stat total. Alright. 911 call.
4748.
Something of note when listening to 911 calls, if the person making the call is basically telling you what happened rather than trying to get help for the person, it's a red flag. So when someone's like, oh my god, I was just at the gym and my husband was home and I just came in and I found him unresponsive, and did you know that I was at the gym? This is someone trying to basically get their alibi out. Yeah, Sigilif is absolutely underrated. I don't love Sigilif in the sense that it is only a one-stage Pokemon, but I need decent stats, and Flying Psychic will help against the Ledian.
The street name? Brant, F-R-A-N-T-D. And their permit number?
Okay, it's also going to be more of a support mon by setting up light screen and reflect.
My boyfriend is dead. Okay, so the line for the fire department do not hang up.
Nope. And no. Okay.
No, please don't leave. 4748 Friends Lane, apartment 3. Court. Friends Court. Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Yeah, I like Swoobat. In Moemon, Swoobat is a maid. She's very adorable.
748 France, correct?
Correct.
Alright, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case when we were playing.
I'm gonna probably lead with
I fell asleep,
Bombardier.
and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase, so I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
And we'll see how this goes.
What's your permit number?
Yeah, exactly. Swoobat. A lot of psychic flyers are really frail. I used them in Mono Psychic, of course, and it was a pain. Alright, let's go, Bugsy. This is gonna take a few tries. It always does for me. Alright, fine.
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Nice. Okay, so low kicks down. Scyther. It usually wants to sword dance, But I don't know. I don't think I'm low enough to die here.
Okay,
Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah, Rockberry, of course. I think it's gonna attack, so I'm going to Sucker Punch and hope it's enough. Very nice. Okay, Sizor, this is probably Bullet Punch. I'm gonna go Sucker Punch. Oh, U-turn, okay. Well, I mean, it's fine. I'm getting some damage in. Okay, Ledian. We're gonna go into Sigilif. Psybeam. Oh, nice. Psybeam again, hell yeah. Probably Bullet Punch. I'm gonna see if I think I'm faster. I'm gonna try to get a let me check. I need to make sure I'm doing the right one. We're gonna try to get a reflect up real quick. Okay, good, we got a reflect up. The U-turn, it U-turns into itself, that's fine. Honestly, I'm gonna go for a little bit more speed too. I don't think this kills. Nice, okay. Now we're gonna go into Spyro. He's been long dead, so it's very much gonna be a thing where gas is escaping the body and such. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I don't use U-turn a lot, but I know some flyers can learn U-turn, which is why I decided to fight Bugsy. All right, nicely done. Thank you, U-turn. Love it. Thank you, Bugsy. Now we're off to fight Surge.
12, 13, 14, 15. This is no.
Magicka, I'm not using Scyther. I'm using Talonflame to sweep because I've seen people do it numerous times. That's why I have Gale Wings Talonflame. I might also do Ninjask and sweep with Ninjask because I've also seen people do that and it's very funny. All right, let's see. That's a cute emote, the Genid Shimmer. All right. All right. I'm gonna do a quick Breb. The interrogation will be happening shortly. All right. All right, and we're back. So now that I have defog, I'm gonna put it on at least one Mon, because realistically, Pincurchin will likely swap out. and then it will want to set electric terrain again. And I'm pretty sure it does have terrain extender, so it's important that I get rid of 8 turns of no sleep and 8 turns of lightning hitting really hard. Alright, so let's start plotting this out. I'm gonna pull up the docs now as well.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Alright.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
There we go.
They're entirely detached emotionally, to which they would come.
And yeah, that's another thing too. Imagine if your loved one had allegedly died and you were possibly responsible for it, but you didn't intend to do it. Because remember, Sarah is framing this as an accident. She comes off as irritated. She comes off as annoyed. She doesn't cry. And yeah, exactly. 8 turns of my Mons, all my Mons except for like 3 of them just instantly dying. And then Surge has ice for the Mons that are immune to electric. So it's like, hooray.
Come across completely stoic, or you would see them be visibly distressed. But Sarah is neither. She is calm, collected, and a bit annoyed that the police won't let her go in and get her drink from inside.
I'm looking at the docs off screen so I don't flashbang you guys entirely. Alright, let's see.
What's going on? Who was he to you?
Okay.
Yes, for like 3.5 years. What happened? Yeah, we drank last night.
And I
Imagine a person you loved and dated.
And I definitely can't just open with a ground move, because as soon as I do, that's a Vega Volt. Alright.
For 3 years, died suddenly. This is a person you would have obviously entwined your life with and saw a future with. And one day, they die, completely out of the blue, in a tragic accident.
All right.
Now imagine it's your fault. The deluge of emotion you would be feeling would be immense and completely overwhelming. But when recounting how long they had been together and how he died, Sarah is annoyed. She adopts what I can only describe as a snotty tone of voice towards the officer.
Which is
It's a bit
hilarious.
stupid that she has to explain herself. Again, this is completely unnatural.
What, you
and not
don't
the way
believe
one would
me?
behave, given the
What the fuck?
circumstances.
Alright.
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. You and I are trying to take stuff off the wall just to make you are better there. Like, I'm here for time with one another.
Probably ditching you as well. Very ditching you as well. Alright, so right off the jump, Kilowatch roll, Gligar, and Rotom are automatically included because I need immunity.
Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk about it. I called you guys. The problem is I fell asleep.
I have an idea.
I fell asleep.
Yes. Our Archaeops is an option, but I don't like Defeatist because your stats get cut in half when you get low. So I'll think about Archaeops. Yes. I can technically skip Surge. I'm gonna give it a try and see if I can do it. And if I'm resetting a lot, I will absolutely skip the Celadon, and then I will grab like the evolution stones and all those shenanigans, you know? So that is absolutely something I could do. So thank you for pointing that out, Magica. I appreciate that. Because I tried to do the same for others. Okay. So there's only one, kind of. Okay, let's see.
She is able to quickly express and drop emotion. As she talks about her morning, her voice.
And yeah, that's a good point too. genuine emotions linger, if you've ever been crying or if you've ever been angry, it takes a minute for those to dissipate. So you're acting all sussy, crying or whatever, and then 5 seconds later, haha, we were having fun, it was a puzzle, lamau. You know, it's certainly something to be mindful of.
Gets shaky and high-pitched, which would lead most to believe that she's being overcome with emotion and guilt. But she drops it the moment the police officer asks if Brian arrived before the fire department.
Yes.
Can you play it one more time?
You are
to
absolutely
showcase how
correct.
quick the change is?
I could do that.
This is ridiculously unnatural and would no doubt stick out as a false display of emotion to the police officer.
Okay. Where you at? Right on the street. Okay. So you were crying and you did come up there. I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, fine. You okay? I wasn't here. I was trying to figure out what happened. I fell asleep. So I told you something. Like having an aneurysm or a heart attack or what? Medical condition. And that's what I know.
Already trying to deflecting blame by, oh yeah, maybe something else killed him. Totally not him being in the suitcase and me passing out. Alright. The autopsy is not gonna bear out. Oh my goodness, he fell asleep and I'm stupid. Alright.
Again, she is more concerned with getting back to her Dr. Pepper, a drink that she began drinking before she decided to remove Jorge from the suitcase he died in, than what is currently going on.
We'll go timid. We'll grab a Thunderberry, aka Wakanda, that's how I remember it. Pretty much everyone's getting a Wakanda berry. Alright. Well, Gleegar gets a Yachi berry, since 4 times a week. It is definitely a lot. I'm freaking out just watching it. I'm also thinking Driftblim because it's immune to fighting. Obviously, I'm gonna eat electric and I'm gonna eat ice, and it also has FL for defense, so I'm not too sure. I actually want to go that route.
Putting puzzles together, doing artwork, I had a bottle of wine, and then started to play hide and seek. So what time was that? Do you remember? I mean, I know that I was in bed probably.
Maybe I go Combi because Vespa Queen is relatively tanky, but I'll have to see what moves it has access to because I normally don't use it. Okay.
No, he's not in the suitcase. So he started trying to be put in the suitcase.
Okay, let's see. And all these statements are going to be used against her. This is why you don't talk to anyone. Alright, let's see.
Right where it is. Right down there. Yes. You just came in there. Yes. Thought it was funny. It was. We both were laughing about it. Okay. And I fell asleep. Where did you fall asleep?
Sarah.
In your bedroom.
Yes. The 4 times the ice is an issue. Also, the fact that unless I go to Celadon, I don't have Aerial 8. Because I need the Dream Patches.
I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase.
But no, Sarah's acting like, oh my gosh, I just forgot. Sarah took videos of the victim being in the suitcase with her actively taunting him. That's going to very much work against her statement of oopsie doopsies, poopsie whoopsies. Alright. Honestly, I may just bring Charmeleon, because when he's Charizard, he'll be flying. I may do that. Alright, let's see. So, Vespa Queen, Queenly Majesty, blocks priority moves. Okay, that's kind of cool. That'll be useful later on when I have to deal with Erica, because triage, just in case the sweep doesn't work, you know? Okay.
And he's got no medical. He doesn't take any medication. I don't know. Like, I don't know medical wise. Like, I know he doesn't take any medication.
Alright, let's see.
The only thing.
So, Power Gem is definitely useful. It'll be good against Vegavolt. I'm not gonna do Sweet Scent. Let's see what else we want to grab. I actually might grab Fell Stinger. If I can get the kill, you know, it'll hit really hard. Granted, that doesn't have any synergy with Power Gems, so maybe not. Okay, let's see. There aren't many berries, so I don't think I'm going to have Bug Bite. I definitely want to keep Dual Wing Beat because it hits twice. They do like to swap out, so it's wholly possible I grab Pursuit as well. We're gonna go Wakanda Berry as well. No. Wakanda, not Yachi. So these are the detectives that are gonna take Sarah's statement. Alright, Wakanda Berry.
My partner Scott. To my understanding, you reside here? Correct? Is it just you? Okay.
I kind of want to use Heal Order, but I'm not sure. Let's see what else I can learn.
Okay.
Yeah, Delibird. It's a big Borb, all right.
So, from what
Let's see.
has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine.
We're gonna ditch Acro.
Around midnight, you decided you guys. Okay. You guys decided to.
I'm not gonna grab you. Turn on a link.
Was your son home at the time? Or? Okay.
It was fine.
Okay.
Spider play, stupid like that.
I mean, Steel Wing's not bad, but it's not gonna be super effective against anything, sadly. Okay, Defog. We already have one user with Defog. Let's do maybe. Let's see. Tailwind would be nice. We'll give it to Tara, since none of the electric moves are, you know, gonna do anything. I'm gonna grab Rock Tomb, Speed Control. It'll be useful against, what's her face?
Jorge was incredibly obvious to those who were on the scene. Jorge had clearly suffocated in the suitcase he was trapped in. However, Sarah continuously tries to distance herself and the investigation away
yes,
from the fact.
Absolutely. But I don't think I have access to E-Speed yet, because it's like 60 or 70 in this.
Considered the fact that this event was caused by her, and instead tries desperately to remove herself from potential responsibility. Sure, he died in the suitcase, but it was probably another
Yeah, we're just gonna use Charmeleon.
happened to coincide with him being locked in a small piece of luggage.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning.
It was after, I mean, I wasn't
Or
ready,
this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So I waited in the bed for a little while, and then I eventually got downstairs.
So yeah, mostly special attack. I'm very much leaning towards special. I know it changes at Charmeleon. Oh yeah, absolutely. Ah, no bad tantrum. It can learn dig though, so that will be probably somewhat useful. Alright, Flame Burst.
As a primary investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things?
No.
Okay. In forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them going inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
We'll go with that. Why Magica? What am I missing? Oh, okay. I will keep that in mind then. Thank you. I appreciate you telling me that. All right. And then we'll go... Oh, we'll go Citrus for generic healing. Okay, who do we want to lead with? I want to get rid of the terrain. I think I'll lead with Tara. And we'll go from there. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I will absolutely consider that. Thank you, Magica. Yoink. So, to my knowledge, it's always in the same place. Bottom right. Ah, he got me. And then top left, I believe. There we go. Heal. Save. Well, I like the immunity that Kilowattrel has. None of its moves are really effective against electric, so we're not in a great place there. I remember using Kilowattrel early on before I started doing the monotypes, and it just did not have a lot of damage. Alright, good enough. Let's make a few more tweaks. No. I don't like moves that lock you in for multiple turns in a row. I'm gonna see if I can learn anything from the power-up tutor. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Like a Trailblaze or something.
Is it normally stored down there? Or did you guys travel recently? No.
So they had to go out of their way to play hide and go seek. This was a concerted effort. It's not like the suitcase was just sitting in the living room. That's gonna help speak to intent. Okay. And it's also gonna come out that they absolutely did move the suitcase around. She actually pushed him down the stairs while he was in the suitcase due to the bruises that he has, etc. Okay. No. Okay. So I mean, there's some stuff, but none of it's overly exciting, sadly. All right.
We're gonna do that once we walk in and see. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
After causing the death of her boyfriend, Sarah immediately attempts to take the victim role.
Of course. Classic narcissist. I'm the victim. I didn't do anything wrong. And the sad thing is, their family was spot on. Their family literally said, Sarah's eventually gonna kill Jorge. And, well, she did.
No, I mean, like, about this. No. Okay. So no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So it's... Okay, well...
Yeah, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. Kids are going to tell me to go down. They're going to tell me. It was not intentional. Okay. They're not...
If we were to take a drink every time Sarah said not intentional, my channel would be banned for self-harm. I'm gonna defog, then I'm gonna U-turn out.
Immediately, the officers
All right, let's go, Serge.
know there is something wrong with this statement. Sarah saying that Jorge's family doesn't like her because she is white, and they have never accepted her because of that fact, is not reason enough to believe that they would be physically violent towards her or harm her in any way. Just because the family of your partner doesn't like you, doesn't mean you are in danger of being harmed by them. Sarah's continued statements that Jorge's family is incapable of understanding that what happened here isn't her fault, and that they are dangerous people who will kill her because because she is white.
I'm still
but does
faster,
not
though.
make them more suspicious of her.
Wow, that did nowhere near enough damage. So I already goofed it. Yay. Alright, well, Pinkerton down at least. Belly bolt. I'm gonna confuse them. Haha! Boo! Yeah, she's really trying to sell this. I'm the victim. You need to not tell the family of the victim because they're gonna kill me. Alright.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave.
Damn it.
Okay? Thank you.
Maybe I can finish it
If you're
off.
getting the sense that the police
Yes.
don't believe her,
They
think
don't.
she's being overdramatic.
Yeah, they
you
don't.
would be right. Her
All right.
continued insistence that his family was going
Not-
to kill
not
her
ideal.
and that they shouldn't tell them about his
It's gonna
death
go
without
random
running it by her
move.
first is more than unusual. It was suspicious.
I'm honestly gonna
given
go
the fact
Spyro.
that most people over the age of 20 don't randomly decide to play hide and seek while drunk. The detectives already believed
Okay,
that
very
Sarah
nice.
had played a more deliberate
If I go
role in
dig, it
Ryan's
just
death.
swaps out to Vicavolt. Not great. Oh, that does nowhere near enough damage. That feels very awkward. I'm probably gonna have to reset this. Yeah. I already goofed it a few too many times. Feels bad. Yep. That's okay though. So yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of Kilowatts roll and I'm gonna have someone stronger. Okay. That's certainly interesting.
Out of all the things to ask, she asks why he was purple. Because
Okay,
he's
let's see.
dead, Sarah. That's why. What else could that possibly mean?
Store. Yes, it does. But Vicavolt also holds an Aka berry, which is certainly annoying.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
I'm actually going to use Butterfree and put them to sleep since I'm confident I'm going to be able to get rid of the terrain effect. So we'll lead with Rotom to defog, then we'll swap out.
Like, this was totally, like, not intentional.
Take another drink. She said it wasn't intentional.
I'm scared about too, like.
All right. Once again, trying to reassure Sarah, this is just routine. We always investigate this. It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. They want to put her at some level of ease. It's all part of the Gaslight Gatekeep girl boss. Instantly swaps out. Yeah. The AI is learning. All right. So I'm going to try to confuse it. Maybe it will hurt itself in a video game, you know?
So, do I just, like, sit out here and wait for you guys?
Okay. I know it's not a volatile ailment, but it's something at least. It's probably going to go Ice Punch again. Hurt yourself in a video game. Burp. Or not. I'm going to try your suggestion. Okay, interesting that it stayed in. I guess it's because it knew it wouldn't die, right? Okay, Belly Bolt. Now it's gonna be the parabolic whatnot. Okay, we need to get out. Or, yeah, Thunder Wave. Okay. It's the law. We're gonna go into Gligar. Haha! Knock off the leftovers to get rid of periodic healing. I don't love that. He's probably just gonna do it again and kill me. Oh, no miss. I may have to go Paso Berry on the Gligar. We are faster, so I know we can put Belly Bolt to sleep.
We're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in Hawaii, and
Okay, Belly Bolt down. Vikavolt. I'm gonna put Vikavolt to sleep.
yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and
Nowhere near enough. Okay, Manectric, we're gonna go into Spyro. I'm not a fan of the para, especially because Dig is 2 turns. So basically 2 chances for it to proc, you know?
Their relationship was volatile,
not great.
and they were both abusive towards each other. But in one instance, Jorge's own brother
It
fought him
didn't
after
go
Sarah
super
told him
effective.
that
It didn't
he'd
have a
beat her
down
up. So
arrow
they were
or an
not
up arrow.
entirely callous and uncaring towards her. They had witnessed the pair argue and attack
We are gonna
each
be
other,
outsped here,
and they'd
sadly.
recently seen Sarah
I'm probably gonna
weaponize
have
the
to reset
restraining
yet
order she
again.
had against Jorge in a manner that they believed to be malicious.
Yeah, that's a
Sarah
reset.
attempted to rewrite
We'll
the
do
narrative
one
as
more
them being
try,
demonstrably
then we're gonna
unfair,
go
and
to
aggressive
Celadon
people
and
who
get
hate
those
her for her
upgrades
skin
instead.
color is a blatant attempt at manipulation.
And yeah, once again, Sarah plays the race card. Literally anything that can be, you know, someone else's fault and, you know, not theirs.
That you would think she would understand wouldn't work, given that the police have access to her and Jorge's past records. But even still, Sarah attempts to tell them that any negative feelings they might have had towards her are unfair and that she is in danger.
Yep, I'm in danger.
After speaking with Sarah and going over her version of events, the investigators hit
Okay.
a couple of sizable roadblocks. A number of things Sarah had stated didn't make sense. If Jorge and her were playing hide and seek, why would he have had her zip him up in the suitcase?
True.
Seeing as it would defeat the purpose of
now
the
I'm
game.
just dead, yeah.
If
I
she
love
had
that.
only 2
Okay.
glasses of wine that night, how would she have passed out and forgotten where Jorge was in a matter of seconds? Why had she called her ex-husband before calling the police? As more questions piled up, they continued to collect more evidence, starting with Boone's phone, which she shared with Torres. Multiple different outlets stated that she willingly gave up the phone when it was asked of her, but
Okay.
it was part of a search warrant.
Yeah,
meaning
exactly.
had little
She
choice.
couldn't
And it was on that
say
phone
no.
that they found one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in any case I have covered. The following is the last known footage
nice.
of Jorge
I'm probably
Torres
dead here,
Jr.
sadly.
and was taken by Sarah Boone. Though the footage itself isn't graphic, it is distressing, as it shows the haunting final moments of a man's life. If you do not wish to see the footage, please skip this part, as it
Nice.
can be distressing to some. Your mental health is important, and the only person
Yeah,
who can
that's
protect
fine,
it
though.
is you. Please be mindful before we continue.
I don't think
I
this
will
kills
give you
me.
a couple seconds to skip.
So I am gonna show the video. That being said, it is distressing. The reason why I'm gonna show it is Sarah is trying to paint herself to be the victim. I didn't do anything wrong. We were having fun. This wasn't intentional. Her conduct within the video is going to not play well for a jury, and it's gonna get shown because she, you know, they got the warrant, they followed the right rules of evidentiary gathering, so it could be used. She willingly talked to the police, she waived her rights. So there's no way it doesn't come in.
In Sarah's original statement, she talked about how Jorge and her joked while he was in the suitcase, how they laughed at the absurd situation, and how it had been nothing but fun to them both.
Yeah, that's
But
gonna
this
be
was
an
clearly
issue.
not the
Alright,
case.
so we're gonna go to
Sarah had locked
Celadon.
her boyfriend up in a
And that's
small
fine.
container and taunted him, telling him to shut the
If
fuck
there
up
was a
when he
run that
said
was
he
gonna be
couldn't
difficult,
breathe,
it
and
would
even
be
appeared to
flying
knock the
for
words
electric.
over. Whatever
Alright.
had occurred that night, it hadn't been the
Yoink.
unfortunate accident
Now
that
we gotta
Sarah had
also
claimed.
go get
But this
Flash.
piece of evidence, as well as statements from her ex-husband, landlord,
I guess
and
he
Torres
edited the
family,
video
the
to not
police brought
have
in
that
Sarah the
video
next
because
day
it just
for
skipped
further
it on its
questioning.
own. But I suppose that makes sense because, you know, YouTube hates crime coverage. Which is why so many crime videos are on like Patreon or Rumble.
The green chair.
Sarah thinks she's just coming in to answer some simple questions. She wouldn't have came in if she thought she was going to be arrested for murder.
Sure.
At the beginning of the interview, Sarah has absolutely
Okay, thank
no
you.
idea they have found the videos that were on her
Yeah, and
phone,
she doesn't know
or
the
that they
videos
have
were
any
taken
evidence against her.
because she
The
was
two
drunk.
Investigators will continue to have a cordial tone with her to appease her ego and keep her guard down. That way they can gather as much information as possible from her. It's pertinent
Yes.
that they keep
Absolutely.
Sarah at ease and comfortable for as long as possible, as everything she is saying and each new lie she tells can be used against her later on.
So obviously,
Yeah, I'm no stranger to skipping gyms when they are difficult. But I wanted to give it a fair shake because if I didn't try it and hit a wall, there's a reality that I literally did it first try and then I wouldn't have needed to do any of this. So
he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, and since I'm talking about the incident.
and they have to do the rights because if they didn't do her Miranda rights and Sarah was like, I did it, they wouldn't be able to use that.
Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah, so it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
And cops are very good at making it seem like, oh, this is just a normal thing. Don't worry about it. Only guilty people ask for lawyers.
What can be provided for you before questioning without charge? Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And did you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect.
She has no idea what she just was read. Mainly because she's stupid.
And we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back.
She's also gonna have an answer for all these injuries. Oh yeah, this is from sex. Oh yeah, this is from that. Don't worry about it.
So like basically you get a hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder.
There's gonna be some medical jargon as well.
He had a cut near his like lip. You could see his mouth was a little.
Already out the jump. I don't know. I didn't do it. What are you accusing me of?
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall.
Blaming the victim, he runs into walls, he falls downstairs, he falls off the bathtub. Scratches are from sex, obviously.
Okay, because there's also like a
Alright,
like
swap
a
out.
scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
No idea. I'm the victim. And that's another thing too. The autopsy, the medical examiner, they can all determine when injuries happened.
Definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was in all honesty.
I've already explained on this channel that when somebody makes it a point to punctuate a sentence with the phrase, in all honesty, truly, or honestly, that indicates deception.
It does, absolutely.
They're trying to point to their honesty when they're being
Yeah, I'm honest. Please believe me. It's very much a red flag.
dishonest. Although that is not always the case, in these high-stress situations, it tends to be a red flag. Sarah is put on the spot, and in order to try and explain away the injuries that Jorge had on his body, she says he is infamous for running into walls, and that he recently fell off of her child's
He's also
bike. Both of
dead,
these things
so
are
he can
completely
attest to
far-fetched.
this.
In her
Violet Disciple, thank you for the raid. I hope your Scarlet and Violet DLC is going well. Hello, Raiders. We are currently doing mono flying in Rad Red 4.1. Lucifer Poro, thank you for the first time chat. I hope you're doing well. We are also covering the interrogation footage of Sarah Boone from Dreading. She allegedly murdered her boyfriend by locking him in a suitcase and then passing out and falling asleep. It will go to trial October 7th. This has been delayed for the past 5 years. She's gone through at least 9 lawyers. I cover Pokemon, crime coverage, and Pallas Cats every Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Violet, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you rating me once again, and I hope you're doing well. I was trying to fight Lance, and by Lance I mean Surge, but of course if someone's gonna struggle, it's flying against electric. So we're gonna skip the Celadon, we're gonna get some more Mons, we're gonna get some evolutions, then we're gonna come back and beat his butt. Magica, thank you for stopping by, thank you for chatting. I'm sorry to hear you ran out of battery. Have a good one, and take care.
Exaggerated body movements punctuate her lies. By this time, they had already spoken to Brian, her ex-husband, multiple times.
We're gonna grab Rufflet.
That when Sarah would attack him, she would come at him with her fingernails. He told police he was left with scratches.
And while Brian is the ex-husband, and some may look at an ex and be like, oh yeah, they have motive to disparage Sarah because, you know, literally divorced. When you have multiple people saying Sarah all acts that same way, basically being belligerent, being drunk, being neglectful, it's harder to say like, oh yeah, they're just all making it up. It's just a grand big conspiracy against little old Sarah.
Scratches on his face, neck, arms, and torso, and they are more than aware that the scratches left on his back.
All right, so no one else here I can grab, sadly.
Will not push her on how ridiculous
but that's
these
okay.
assertions are, especially the one about him running into the wall so hard he dislocated his.
And yeah, they don't want to come out the gate and be like, USOB, I know what you did. They want her to talk. They want her to essentially dig her own grave. And by not being confrontational, letting her talk, doing the rapport building, it's all super calculated and intentional. Sarah, being a narcissist, she's gonna try to gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss these detectives, and boy, it's not gonna work. Also, for anyone who was lurking or chatting in my channel, Violet Disciple, she has been playing a lot of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. She plays mostly during the week. She also occasionally plays Rad Red. She was playing a lot of Rad Red before that. So I don't think I have anything set up to do a shout out, but I figure at the very least I can do an oral shout out, you know?
Shoulder and simply didn't notice because they are fact-finding. Pay attention to her overexpression when attempting to look confused or concerned. She has a tendency to bulge out her eyes to look bewildered, but fails each time.
All honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, like, the only thing I thought you guys were gonna ask me about.
And then all these statements of, oh, it was a good night. We were having fun. He got into the suitcase. We were drinking. It was an accident. All of this flies in the face of what she wants to use later, which is battered spouse.
Which I was gonna be honest with you anyway. I just scratched marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea.
But she was the only person with Jorge at the time of his death.
So your son was there when?
So it's gonna be super hard to be like, yeah, it was totally someone else.
He was there like last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yeah, he was there last week.
Ah, sleep powder.
We're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries are, they occur.
Medical forensics is very advanced. They can absolutely tell when and how an injury happened.
Yesterday at 1, so, but the incident.
And we saw this last night with someone being like, oh yeah, they fell off the toilet. Oh yeah, they fell down the stairs. But the injuries that the medical examiner discovered during the autopsy, be it them in various stages of healing, or be it something else entirely, like there's no way falling off the stairs means zero brain activity, a fractured skull and a stomach full of blood. So Sarah, being a narcissist, she thinks she's the smartest person in the room. She's just gonna tell these cops her version of the story, and they're gonna be like, you know what? You convinced me. Have a nice day. It's not gonna fly.
You guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday, and then
That's why I'm thoroughly confused because we had a good time
good time, playing and laughing, drinking, having a good time. That's all gonna fly in the face of battered spouse.
That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had,
Alright, we're gonna save. This team's kind of annoying because it's basically Choice, Scarf, Smurgle, and they all have like really strong moves like Close Combat, V-Create, and Dragon Ascent.
If something hit him, I consider not for touchdown.
And this is also going to destroy her credibility. She constantly said she didn't do something and everything was fine, and it's going to come out later that that's impossible. So by the time she goes to trial, so many pieces of evidence, basically being her own words, are going to fly against it.
Are you willing to let us absolutely swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it. I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately.
Once again, all these good days, you're not doing a good job at painting yourself as the victim, and you had to stop him coming at you, you know.
Was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the
Nice. Gotta swap out.
A few weeks, give or take, yeah. A few weeks. That was the last like physical altercation between the two of you. Maybe a month ago, it was a curtain rod.
Yeah, a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Ow.
Like, we've been good.
Ah!
So,
You hate
like,
to see it, truly.
The last time he got out of jail, like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes, and his
Let's throw a confuse ray at him.
So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
definition officer,
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good.
Throughout the beginning of the interview, Sarah has
All right, we're gonna
subconsciously
save.
used
Let's see what we
when
can get
talking
here.
about their relationship. Her constantly stating, "We've been good," is her admitting unconsciously that both her and Jorge need to work on themselves in the relationship, and he was not the sole aggressor. But hearing it back from the male detective, she realizes her mistake, and instead pins the blame solely on the man she killed.
Victim blaming, huge. I'm the victim. I didn't do anything wrong.
Either I flee, or try to go upstairs and go to sleep.
All right, good. So that's another lightning immunity mon. We love that. I'm probably gonna want to grab hidden power eventually.
Right, but you're saying that
I think it's locked to Silphco, so I sadly can't get it yet.
The last incident that you can remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago. So give or take. Right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like
He gets
Ah, sing. You hate to see it.
I don't know if y'all have looked through my phone yet.
Oh, they will.
The pictures and the videos that I
They're gonna see the videos you took.
At one point, I started documenting everything.
We have Flash, so we can make it through Rock Tunnel just fine.
Pictures. Split fingers, split forehead. He split my nose. I got this.
right.
I don't know, Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost what? I had one really bad surgery, but then it got
Let's see.
really bad, where I had to go like
Okay.
4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's
That's fine.
And why are you still with him?
everybody asks.
Because I love him. And I don't want to make light of domestic violence because it's a very complicated issue. The whole why don't you just leave, it's never that easy. And I understand that it is a complex matter. They'll try to leave. Statistically speaking, when the victim does try to leave, that's usually when they're killed because it's them trying to exert self-control, agency, getting out of there. And well, you know, coercive control. If they can't have you, no one can. But with what I know about Sarah Boone, with what's come out over Sarah Boone over the past 5 years, if you're familiar with any of it, the jury is not going to feel bad for her at all. She has dug her own grave, and she is in a suitcase of her own making.
I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can
I helped him meet his maker.
From where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with, I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him.
I paused here to take note of what she'd said. Her talking about being truly in love with him, going to every single court date for him, and helping him is well and good. However, while she is staying with him and going to these court dates, she has a no contact order on him.
Yeah, that's a
despite her
problem.
willingness to see him, he would be breaking the law. According to his family, she weaponized this against him and would ask him to come see her, and when he would do something she didn't like, she would call the cops to get him
that's
arrested.
some
While
gaslight
battered and
gatekeep
abused
girl
partners
boss.
do have an extremely difficult time leaving their abuser. In this instance, both Jorge and Sarah were mutually abusive to each other.
Absolutely.
Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state, I've gone to the state.
You have at least 2 witnesses who would say she would hit the victim and he would hit her back. So Sarah's absolutely the aggressor, which once again is going to fly in the face of being battered and at your wit's end. And I just need to get out.
So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine.
Drinking is also a big deal because it speaks to motive and intent.
You don't have to wake up the next
Oh yeah,
day.
Shuckle,
I
right.
have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to
Badmouth the victim, classic. We love that.
I can do 50 things at once and don't know
that
50
rock
things
is such a problem.
previously, prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process
Well,
like
he
that. So
especially
he's
can't now
not
because you
literally
killed
like
him.
have smoke coming out of his ears.
All right.
So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to.
And that's also going to fly in the face because you have the property manager, the ex-husband being like, she drinks all the time. I have to have my son more than usual because she just wants to stay up all night and drink. She stays out till 3 a.m. drinking and playing pool.
broke his heart because
Middle of the
he took so much
afternoon,
effort to
constantly
get that.
drunk.
And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think
Okay.
that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She
Besmirch the ex-wife. Meanwhile, the ex-wife never locked Jorge in a suitcase, you know?
And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always has something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the bubbles and the bank to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you open my phone,
Oh, they did see your phone. And they saw the videos that you took.
videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Well, most of the time, I just don't want to be him. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down.
Everything's all about her.
Eventually, he just
You'd
passes
think
out.
she was the victim of a crime,
When it's
not
like,
a
you know, we're just drinking,
murderer.
like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously have
And
a
now
bottle,
this is
but
like the
you-
first
I mean,
direct
you told me
confrontation.
yeah, you told me
You
about
said
Jorge,
X,
like,
now
they
you're
were
saying the
talking
exact
about drunk,
opposite.
you
What's the
guys
deal,
were
Sarah?
drunk. I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to.
This is the compass mentis
Sarah
bit.
says
This
three
is
completely
absolutely gonna
contradictory
sink her
things
later
in a
on.
matter of seconds here. She states she doesn't get drunk, then stops herself because she knows they probably have talked to Brian.
They
who
have.
no doubt told them about her constant drinking and how she often came home completely wasted. Then she states she can't get drunk, and then goes on to say that she never wants to get drunk. These are all completely untrue. and her own
Absolutely.
records contradict this.
This is
Simply
why you
being in
don't
such a
ever talk to the
high-pressure
police.
environment in this
You
police
ask for a
interrogation
lawyer,
has left
you
her
stop
scrambling
talking.
like the good and dutiful partner, mother, and wife. But she seems completely unaware that that perception is at odds with reality.
Yep.
She keeps bringing up evidence on the phone, and how there is proof of what happened on the phone. Many have speculated she simply didn't remember taking the videos.
That's
of
very
Jorge's final
likely.
moments,
If
while
she
others have
remembered,
stated
she probably
simply
wouldn't have
deleted
said
the
it.
videos and thought the police wouldn't be able to get a hold
Okay, that's also
Either
pretty
way,
good.
She is entirely unaware of the damning evidence they have.
You
showing
can
her malice
skip
and intent to
going
kill her
like
partner.
this. We grab the iron head,
Non-complimentous. Having my
heal
way
again.
I don't like feeling out of control. So,
I'm just saying, you're
Oh,
making it sound
yeah,
like,
that's
like
right.
You're a raging alcoholic
It's
today,
psychic in this, I forgot.
I was kind of asking you this question, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
Oh, Zorua,
I'm
okay.
happy you're not, you know.
I forgot.
But you guys were both
Oh,
sober
right, torment.
on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep.
Nice.
So now it's kind of like,
Which one is it,
what is
Sarah?
Were you guys drinking?
The more
Did it
you
got out of
talk,
hand and
the less credible
it got
you
physical,
sound.
or is it
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite
Once
some time.
again, better days, good, fun, fine.
He loves
This is a problem for her defense.
having a good time and just being happy, kind of thing.
Nice. Okay, so we're almost to Celadon. That's huge. Because it means evolutions, more power, more mons, a better job at dealing with Surge.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle
They
was gone.
found at least one bottle being completely empty.
Serious. You said that there was a half bottle left over.
And they found the receipt as well.
That you had wine. Well, I don't even know how the wine. How did you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to
We are
Pallas.
going to also grab Will the Wisp eventually. That's going to be useful for Giovanni 1 due to so many of them being physical attackers.
Because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it. So what we'll do is we'll start the
alright.
Publix, and then on the way back,
Very nice.
the convenience store.
Yoink.
So,
Let's see what we have here.
I'm guessing that's what you did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle. So that's, they've been trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there was stuff that I run the house that I had to take care of. So that's
Alright,
usually
so
what I
nothing
do.
there,
Or
that's
we'll go out
fine.
and we'll run out and do whatever.
So.
Gotta grab the TM here.
On drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday.
We have to fight him.
I told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
That's a good swap. That's fine.
So with him, I don't know. I
Swap.
know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I told him, slow down.
Honestly,
It
that's
starts to
fine.
catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another
Nice.
thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music and the music that he's listening to
We
is
want
a little rough on the edges and like.
Bug Buzz, super
it
effective
makes
on
me
psychic.
fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him,
Yoink.
"Let's not-
Psy shock.
Just you and me talk. You and me will
We're
do it."
gonna
So,
grab all the things that we need.
We were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like,
Actually, I'm gonna
okay,
heal first.
Now let's do the painting.
Save.
We just did the puzzle, took a break.
Let's see.
Now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down. We're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies.
Okay,
blah,
nothing
blah,
there.
blah,
Let's check night.
While we're doing painting and all that other stuff, so it's still background.
Ah,
noise,
there's
you know,
Volby.
because I think that's what you
So
used
yeah,
to
we will have
background
Manda
noise.
Buzz.
Where me, I can
All
sit
right.
here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of
Oh, yeah,
background,
right, 'cause I'm not at the level cap.
Were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me.
Manda Buzz is basically what if Hong Crow were tanky? They're both dark flying, and their stats are basically reversed.
And then it was
Okay.
It's a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any.
Once again, they're gonna be literally using her words against her the
Sarah's
whole
determination of
time.
events, in which she is trying to get the police to believe is that what happened was nothing but an accident. And Jorge
Oopsie
and her are the kind of
doopsies.
couple that does fun things
Yeah.
like play hide and go seek with two people, with one person helping the other hide. Yet she
Yeah.
constantly
Yeah.
degrades Jorge.
Yeah, that's
throughout the
not how hide and
interrogation.
seek
She's
works.
saying she doesn't like his music because it's too rough around the edges. She doesn't like to drink and doesn't like it when he does because it gets too aggressive. She had to treat him like a toddler and take him from craft to craft the night of his death. Repeatedly, she takes every instance she can to speak negatively about
We are
him,
gonna grab
even though it would
Skarmory
make
as
more
well,
sense
though
for her
we're
to say
probably
they were
not gonna use
reckless
it because we
and
have
fun-loving.
Corviknight.
About your relationship, you guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys started
We already have a Yanma, so we're good there.
So happy that he actually listened to what
Get me
I
out of
had to
here.
say.
Thank you.
But just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through.
All right, we check night.
Money, jobs, daughters.
Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise though. Like no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about? Like
I'm not gonna use Scyther.
I tried to evoke it from him, so
We can skip them by going this way.
it off his chest,
We
because
grab
I told him
Fly,
that, you know, where
and we grab Dual Wing Beat in the bottom left of this area.
Is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship.
Oh wow, really, Sarah? Thank you.
Practicing communication, so he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was.
So at the very least, I need a shiny stone and a dusk stone, so I can have Togekiss, and so I can have
So we can do puzzles and paintings.
Bleegar.
And music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day.
excuse me.
Let
All
me
right,
go ahead and explain
let's
myself.
grab our
So I know.
stones.
Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did.
Dusk
I
stone.
I knew George better than himself.
Shiny stone.
And I tried in
I
every
think those are the
way,
only two I need for now.
Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him.
And that's another classic from anyone who's a narcissist. Everyone knows. Ask everyone. I wouldn't do that. I'm a straight A student. I'm an excellent mother. I excel at everything. As if that image is meant to exclude them from what they're being accused of.
I never stopped. I'm here now, and I'm still trying to help him. Yeah, we just don't. I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and I have no
And they're
idea.
just gonna let her keep digging this hole. Then they're gonna basically flip it on her by being like, yeah, we have a bunch of evidence to the contrary. Then she's basically screwed.
Nobody touched anybody. Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a crew and just in general.
Yeah, I was documenting at one point, but that was way before.
She likely doesn't remember that she ever photographed and made videos of her taunting Jorge while he died. That's a problem.
I got him out of jail.
We need to grab the tea as well while we're here.
He had violated the pretrial diversion. This time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it.
All right, thank you.
Your probation.
I'm gonna check the docs. I don't think there's any other mon I can use here.
They're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions Joey was talking about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me, and she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is, and just as the classroom will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the...
I'm also gonna check the raid dens while I'm here.
substance abuse class.
I'm gonna also make a point to save because it's been a minute. I don't want to lose any of my progress.
And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you, because...
I'm checking raid dens. I just want to make sure there's nothing else I'm missing that actually might be helpful.
Where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
Sarah's enormous ego
And
her
all of
inflated
this,
self-worth
he
is on
changed,
full
I can
display
change
here.
is also
According to
gonna
her own
fly
friends
in the
and
face
family,
of being
Sarah
the
was an
victim,
aggressive,
and he's an
angry drunk.
constant
She never made
abuser,
time
you
for
know.
her son, and often left him in the care of others, including men and women she didn't know. She had no job, was using Brian for money, and often screamed at him until he sent her any sort of cash. She would lash out at those
Exactly.
around her and
That's a
demand their
problem.
respect, even when she was assaulting them. But she truly believes that she was helping Jorge. Not only that, she will constantly talk about what a good parent, wife, and person she was all around.
And that's why you're still with him, even though you've been on.
Yeah, I just love him so much, you know.
I tell you, I love him. I love him.
I love him to death, even.
When you have
And this detective saying when you love someone, it makes you do crazy things. That's like alternate question. So maybe you didn't murder him. Did you snap?
then they have to
Did something accidentally happen? Anything to get them to admit to something that's lesser, you know?
On my phone, or I think
Because they'll have evidence to prove it was intentional.
I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
You also went down and down
I know.
the next day.
I know. What's on your laptop?
We're also gonna grab Psychic and Saffron.
Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay, cool.
Taken out his parents because of them constantly having to take him out.
All right, we grab Psychic.
All his stuff. The one time, the last time, his father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lewis was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in.
All right, so now that we did that,
the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff.
we can get a
At that
Gliscor.
point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times.
I
and
think
he didn't know
that's,
where else to go.
I think that's Duststone.
And said, no, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here, at
Let's
their
see what we
place,
have now.
it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore.
Poison Jab isn't
So what
bad.
happens is, he pursues me. So I don't know if
At the
y'all
very
know
least,
what
I'm getting like a pretty big stat bonus going to Gliscor. I also need to grab Dream Patches, would let you swap to the hidden ability. I love that quality of life. There's some very good hidden abilities, so it helps having it, you know? Alright, so let's start seeing how we're gonna beat Surge now that we more or less have all the things we could get. We don't have access to Hidden Power yet because that's Silphco. And you have to beat GO1 for Silphco. Alright, so let's see.
I feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But what every waking moment he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just gonna be upstairs with you.
Dark's not gonna be super effective against anything, so I don't love that. I think at the very least I do want to get the Toga Kiss, so I have something that'll be effective against Palmont. Probably getting rid of Espa Queen. Yeah, you lost me. You're just rambling. I'm gonna keep the Butterfree for now. Okay, let's see.
My thing is too, so you wanna know, oh, I hate you, can't talk to her, but, D, his ex-wife, when I say a monster,
Once again, more deflecting blame, more disparaging literally everyone that isn't her, you know?
So he gets upset about that, and then she, like, completely berates him about money.
Yeah, but she never locked him in a suitcase, Sarah. What about that? You know?
It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not, like, been recent, but, which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's gonna answer and he's gonna have to talk to her.
Wait, did I not buy? Oh, I think I sorted, right? Let's see.
He talked to her.
Wait, did I not? Wow, I am very silly. I could have sworn I bought Shiny Stone. Apparently, I did not. All right.
It doesn't matter. What does she have to do though? Within
Oh, I did. Okay.
What happens Sunday?
I'm silly.
Into Monday.
All right, so good. Toga Kiss has some pretty good moves.
Why the incidents, what happened.
At the very least, I'm probably only going to be able to learn Drain Kiss, which we'll like have to do, you know.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no
It
idea.
can learn Play Rough, but Toga Kiss isn't known for having a high attack stat, you know. We're also going to get rid of Hustle, and we're going to go Serene Grace.
Any, like, timelines better? Like, what time? You guys
Actually, no, I may, because Aura Sphere never misses. So that would be like a really hard-hitting Aura Sphere.
We started because we had
Let's
to
see.
clean the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually.
Okay, so Air Slash.
So we can.
About what time, do you remember what time that was?
I'm gonna ditch Wish because I'm gonna have Drain Kiss.
You just said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30-ish.
I'm gonna grab Psychic because that'll be another good answer for Palmot.
So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower.
We're also gonna throw Psychic on Sigilif and Butterfree since fighting's weak to it.
We went inside probably about.
Okay.
Yes, we weren't out there too long. It was about 6-ish. Then.
Acro's not bad, but I need to be holding items for resistances.
Right.
Enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Dual Wing Beat's not bad.
Let's go inside.
It'll break Sash, which is also nice.
Let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well,
Think I'm gonna ditch.
Started to paint.
Actually, I don't know. Maybe.
No problem.
None of them are gonna be weak to it. That's kind of the issue, you know.
Maybe.
All right, let's see. So we'll do
Gosh, that puzzle. We worked on that.
special.
So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when I went to hide upstairs originally.
Think I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go modest. I know I'm never gonna outspeed the whatnot.
Come on. Okay, you want to hide and seek?
Words are hard. I'm never gonna outspeed the Palmot or the Manetric.
That's what we did.
And then you went
We're gonna keep the Paso Berry.
You came down.
We are gonna. Let me see what the other abilities are.
Included already there. Have you guys
No.
played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you have played, have
Allegedly,
you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
She has also locked her son in a suitcase, but it's never been corroborated.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
I do like the I would never. Like, oh yeah, I did this. I wouldn't do that though. Who would do such a thing? Not I, certainly. Yeah. It's rich.
Done that is obviously absurd. It's also absurd that she told the detectives that Jorge and her only played hide and seek 3 times their whole relationship. Had she truly wanted to make this look like
Esper
a tragic
Wing is
accident,
also
she would have
nice
stated
because
that
it,
the couple played all the
raises
time,
speed.
and they frequently hide in small areas
So I
to
think I'm
scare
gonna
each other,
do that
and it
over
had never been a
Psychic.
problem before. Her insistence that this was a truly strange
We're
thing to have
gonna
happen
keep
makes her
Butterfree.
look even more guilty than she already does.
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
I'm gonna think I'm gonna go attack up, special down.
So
Yeah, it is a game.
Originally is in our closet.
Okay.
All the way
Rotom.
It used to,
I'd say that's probably fine.
Our closet needs to be cleaned out. Really bad. My son's clothes
The issue is while the
cleaned out
electric
really bad.
immunity
We
is
don't play
great,
anymore, and I'm tired
it just
of
like
that.
doesn't
So
do
he-
anything, you know?
Including that suitcase.
Like I can get a quote unquote free swap and then it's like, oh wow, you do like no damage, you know?
By the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
no, I'm just asking. In the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, I understand you know,
The defense increase would be nice, but it certainly wouldn't do much in the way of damage.
Like, if it's something that you guys normally do.
Absolutely.
I feel like I need at least one more mom with defog.
We were actually this last game running out of
Let's see.
places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or?
It's about to get really good. She has no idea this evidence exists.
Videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
Someone needs to be able to know it. Because of terrain.
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay, we're gonna ditch Tailwind for now then. Okay. So let's see, we'll do.
So it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
Yep, no one else could have been using her phone, so she's screwed.
Correct. No. To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
I think we go Shell Bell to get some healing back.
Okay, but how does he get access to his password?
Paso on Gliscor because there's water.
Where sometimes too, like you, but he'll jump with me and say,
Walkenberry. Let me see what its other abilities are. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Okay, we'll go Magic Guard for now. Let's see what the Dream Patch ability is. And yeah, they're setting this all up. It's very much okay. So have you taken any videos? Not that I remember. Has anyone else used your phone? No, I'm the only one with access to it. So by that logic, regarding the second one, she stated she hasn't, and no one else has used the phone, which means if there's footage on the phone, she's the only one who could have done it. And that's important because now they're going to confront her with some really damning evidence.
Right. So, to your recollection, no video.
I'm going to go Tinted Lens, so I'm doing more damage with air moves against electric.
The two of Tess and the dogs and George have been dancing.
Not Super Luck. We want Serene Grace for basically better procs.
So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Yeah, she did not know until right now that this evidence existed. She's gonna be in trouble. Okay. And that's the victim yelling out in the suitcase. It's really grim.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's all flat.
Oh, okay.
For everything you've done to me, and she rattles on in the video. That's spiteful. That's hate. That's anger in the voice. That's gonna be an issue.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right.
This computer shutdown was either extremely well planned or incredible timing. The detectives are playing their ace in the hole and showing Sarah that they have the video she took the previous day of her maliciously taunting her dying boyfriend. If Sarah had truly been aware of this video's existence before now, and it was the product of a blackout, her mind would be racing as to what the video is. They already showed her a small clip of her taunting Jorge, so she knows that it makes her look guilty.
She's made like at least 3 videos taunting Jorge.
If she was aware of the video, as I expected she was, but simply tried to delete it, now she is aware that the police have direct evidence of her guilt.
Alright, now we're gonna try to fight Surge again.
Her callous actions in the video. The next couple of minutes where the female detective gets the computer charger and Sarah is forced to sit down, knowing that the evidence of her guilt is about to be played.
We want to get rid of the electric terrain.
Let's watch as she tries to convince the detectives of her innocence in the face of certain guilt.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked.
All right, let's go.
You were kind of shocked and.
No.
Defog gets rid of electric terrain. Sadly, it can come in and just reset it.
I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything.
Divorced woman in her 40s is apparently a straight-A student who excels at everything, despite being out of school for over 20 years, despite the fact that you have at least 2 people saying she's constantly drunk, gets in fights and arguments with people, drunk in the middle of the day, refuses to have her son over on days that she's supposed to because she wants to stay out drinking. And you can be all those things. You can be an excellent mother, and you can be a straight-A student, and you can still be a murderer. You can still commit crime. It's very much I have a certain image about myself, and as such, I would never do those things, which is not technically a denial. All right, how are we doing this? This is probably ice punch.
I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
I'm just gonna get some chip damage in.
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
Also, if this was battered spouse, you locked your significant other who abuses you in a suitcase. If you're trying to prevent them from harming you, you're not gonna leave enough room on the zipper so that he could get out. So the whole it was accidental versus I did this intentionally because I was in fear for my life. Those two statements are at odds with each other, and I suspect the jury is going to have a very hard time believing anything she says regarding it being this or that.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
It's
Sarah is in her 40s.
probably
It would
ice
have been
punch
2
again.
decades since she was in school. Therefore, her continuously defining herself as a straight-A student means nothing. Earlier in the
Okay,
story
that's
interview,
fine.
she wasn't sure when her son had last been in her home.
This is
And
gonna hurt.
moreover, both her ex-husband
That definitely
and
did more than I
current
thought.
landlord
Feels really
described
bad.
her as neglectful at best. Similarly, she isn't an overachiever or even an underachiever, as she refuses to even attempt
That's fine.
achieving. She doesn't really even do anything.
She just sits
mostly
around and
chooses
drinks.
To rely on her ex to get
Okay,
her money.
this is
Her
gonna be
idea of
parabolic
herself as a
charge
woman
or
who can
thunder
never
wave.
do anything wrong is completely delusional, and she isn't aware of that fact. At this point, she knows that the police have talked to
It's
those
gonna be
around
muddy
her,
water.
but she expects
After
that they
this,
would have heard nothing but good things. At this point, she's trying
we
to
got the
distract from
Omni
evidence
boost,
that's
very
about
nice.
to be shown by repeating just how good of a person she is. It's nearly
Maybe we
comical
can get a
until you
double
remember
Omni
that
boost.
a man died, and her son has been neglected
Okay.
by her for years.
Manetric, this is gonna be probably random move.
No, it's just the way you said it.
I'm gonna go Toga Kiss.
We just trying to watch this.
Yeah, just watch this, Lamau. You took the video. Why are you scared? Honestly, I'm gonna go Drain Kiss to get some health back. Toga Kiss is surprisingly resilient on the physical side. This is gonna hurt though. I'm gonna have to swap to Rotom after this one.
I don't know how much I can take.
Oh, you don't know how much you can take? That's actually kind of fun. All right, now it's gonna go back for Flame Burst.
Do I have to watch
I'm
it?
gonna try
I can
to get a
only
move
sleep
off.
when I don't sleep.
Yeah,
want to
I don't
sleep.
love that.
Well, it's on your
I'm gonna go
phone.
for Esper Wing. It's gonna hit really hard.
You can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah, yeah. You're the only one who had the phone. As such, it could not be anyone else.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna swap. Oh, I don't have. I hate this. For everything you've done to me.
That's you.
Yeah, she's boned. This is 100% coming in at the trial. That's what you do when you choke me. That's what it feels like when you cheat on me.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that
Okay,
you put him in the suitcase.
Palmod is faster, and I don't love that.
I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
I'm gonna try to sleep powder. Nope, never mind. I'm gonna have to reset. You hate to see it, truly.
So, in order for him to have gotten into it,
Oh no.
right, it was flipped up normal.
So not bad. We definitely did better, but we didn't get there, sadly.
So this image is upside down.
Also, it's Rich. That video of you taunting your soon-to-be deceased victim is killing her, you know.
And then the
All right.
small video that occurred.
So yeah, that was definitely better, but sadly it wasn't enough.
The other way,
Let's run it back.
closer to your dining room table.
Defog.
Now, he's obviously still in there. So he didn't. How did it go from the back to the front?
Ominous wind. It's gonna be fire
My
again.
plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
What was your plan then?
Well, that's what you did.
Okay, not great. And yeah, she's gonna say non-intentional all the time.
You were gonna get for bed.
This is probably Thunder Punch.
Show me.
Oh, Mach
where
Punch,
you can
okay.
see any fingers coming out. Because there's the end.
And his head
Okay, this is sadly gonna kill me, I think.
rather than going all the way
I
out,
may have to
it's like
stay
this.
in for the free swap.
But why is he saying I can't breathe? And why is he pushing on it as if
Okay,
he
nice
can't
palm out down, that's huge.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I'm gonna go Ancient Power, maybe I get the Omni Boost. I did not get the Omni Boost, okay.
I'm just telling you what we
This is gonna be Thunder Wave or Parabolic Charge.
I understand.
I don't love that because I no longer have my Electric Immune Mon.
You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a.
We're gonna put him to sleep.
Well, saying fuck you.
Yeah, it's very malicious.
What does fuck you mean to you?
Sarah is beginning to get
woke
angry
up.
as she realizes
You hate to
she
see
is
it,
losing
truly.
control of the situation. She makes multiple declarations, like the video that they played showed Jorge and her
Okay.
messing around. that
I
she
might
didn't
be
lock him in
fine.
a suitcase, and then she wasn't being malicious when she said "fuck you."
Yeah, that's a
And the
reset. I
detective
fucked up.
immediately
I need to
counters
keep
that "fuck
Rotom
you"
alive
is about
longer
as malicious as
so
he
I can
get.
swap into
She
Belly
snaps
Bolt.
at him that it isn't, and it's clear she wants to fight. She's trying to control
All right.
herself, as she is no longer in a position where her outbursts
Defog.
will be accepted.
Ominous
But she's
wind.
furious here, trying
Swap
to regain composure and control, and
into-
assert that what she's saying is true.
I think
despite
Sigilif.
it going against reality.
Well,
Like if you were to.
All right, no more Pincurchin.
like,
Oh, I'm the victim. He attacks me all the time verbally.
my intention was
This
not
is
to leave him in there.
probably random move.
Please understand that. My intention was
Okay.
not to leave him
We
in
need to
there.
go back into Rotom.
That he could get himself out, but the
All right.
video shows.
That's why I told you.
And I see his fingers,
He'll be after 30 minutes.
and then 30 minutes later, he didn't
Okay.
show.
And he's telling
And I
you.
should have.
Ah, the Thunder Wave.
Do you think he's joking? You told me he was laughing, and I.
We were.
The video, there's no.
When we first got in there,
This is probably
Like, this video
Ice
was
Punch.
at 1:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to that?
Yeah.
no.
nice. Okay, palm out down. That's
So it
huge.
goes from funny to no longer funny.
But I
You're the
didn't.
only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was like panicky. Like I didn't.
So pushing.
You
up
can
on
hear
her,
it in his
saying,
voice. He's
Sarah,
definitely
Sarah,
panicking. He's not having
Sarah, I
fun,
can't
Sarah.
breathe.
Okay, this is an electric move.
Where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing. Where it's like I
Probably
I'm not gonna
Flame
sleep,
Burst
but
now.
I'm gonna get out. So
It's kind of. I thought it was
And you
like
know the oxygen.
crying wolf, kind of thing.
Okay.
As previously mentioned, the entire
Oh,
beginning of the
that's
interrogation
so much
was
damage.
fact-finding on the
You
detective's
hate it.
part. They deliberately asked
Okay.
if Jorge and her ever zipped each other up in luggage before, or if the couple had done anything like this before.
not
and
good.
She aggressively asserted
Not
that
great.
that had never happened. That question had been deliberately asked for this
Okay,
very
we are
moment,
faster. That's
because
actually
now,
huge.
Her stating that Jorge would cry wolf and pretend to be in dire circumstances is negated by the fact she had previously said
This
something
wants
like
to be
this had never
Thunder
happened
Wave
before.
/ Parabolic Charge.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking? He is begging.
Yeah, he's not having a good time,
Laughing.
Okay.
And you're
None
the
of
only
this
one
is
saying
working out the way she thought.
derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't.
I love this for
I
her.
don't know if I can say this, but.
Oh
like,
no!
Trying to like beat me. Like.
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch.
Okay.
because you
We
probably
might be
don't
able to
know
make it because I know we are faster.
and what you said.
Well, I know.
It did
what-
not do enough damage.
You know what's on that video?
Oh, I
now?
hate
Do
that.
you remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Oh no!
Probably because we were drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
So we almost got it.
Just because I went upstairs.
Almost got it.
Just because.
And yeah, all these prior statements that Sarah made, it's like, I'm gonna give you ammunition, so when you need to start blasting, you have it all in spades.
Doesn't mean that you.
We almost did it. That wasn't bad. I feel like we can do it now.
He had his lips
All right.
fractured. You said that you don't like not having your lips. In my experience,
Okay.
somebody cannot
This is
remember
Flame
doing
Burst.
something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo.
Oh, that's not enough damage. It's gonna be Flame Burst again.
Well, we're just trying to make sense of it. We're trying to figure out.
Oh no, Charge Beam, I was wrong.
This video.
Oh, why are you like this game? All right, that did not work out.
And then, like,
This is gonna take a minute. All right,
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Plan means intent. So that's gonna be an issue.
Upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because
Okay.
I went upstairs. And then I fell asleep.
Like, why did you consciously think he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay.
Ah.
My plan was not
I was hoping it'd be
to leave
enough.
him in the suitcase.
It was not.
Wait for him to come upstairs.
Yeah, I cannot let it get any buffs basically from Charge Beam.
You said
I'm
you
not
were
sure how
30
we're doing
minutes
this,
after
though.
30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him. Maybe I shouldn't.
Okay, Palmont.
But that didn't cross your mind.
Ominous Wind.
That's like an assumption.
No,
Like, that's
it's
what
not,
I'm
Sarah.
thinking.
So yeah, this is probably Ice Punch again.
It's
Oh no, the Drain Punch. Oh, it's the drinking. Oh, is that what that is, Sarah? Okay. This is probably Thunder Punch.
I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you all.
Telling you he's
Oh,
not. He's
Ice
telling you
Punch.
that I can't breathe. He's saying
Nice.
your name and you're like, that's my name, don't worry
Okay,
about it.
we are faster than Vikavolt, which is nice.
That's how we are with each other. Like, he just, nobody understands our relationship.
We're so complicated. No one gets it.
Never happened
Oh,
before.
Rotom's dead though. Frick.
Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase?
She allegedly did, but we have no proof of that.
Lucas jokingly.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can't knock off that. I'm gonna bulldoze and hopefully this brings her really low.
Well, it's not like, again,
Ha-ha!
I don't think
Very
you
nice.
understand. Like,
I mean,
it's not my, that was not my intention.
Withdraw into... Oh, that's actually kind of surprising.
By your action, that's exactly right.
And that's the thing too. You can say all you want. You didn't intend
Appreciation.
to do something, but it's very clear that your actions speak otherwise.
I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact
All
that when
right.
he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's
We're
how
gonna
you felt
swap
when he cheated on you, you couldn't
into Gliscor.
breathe. And you verbally several times told him,
Double the bulldoze, hell yeah.
they won't let us play the rest of it.
We're gonna Rock Tomb.
Reading it on his phone.
It's already slow, so the speed drop doesn't really matter.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though, so, I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video.
Okay,
That I
this
couldn't
really
breathe
needs to
when
be
you
enough.
cheated on me.
We're gonna get in a loop.
When he said, "Sarah, I
We're
can't
gonna get
breathe."
in a weird loop where all it does is spam that. Okay.
This is.
I think I'll be fine.
Somebody told you-
I know it does have the berry, but if we bring it low enough, it'll be fine.
You all not think. So you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there. Now I'm gonna go to sleep.
It doesn't
Is that what
matter.
You guys are trying to assume.
There's no assumptions here,
Or
Sarah.
trying to, like,
We're just, the video
We're going off what we see.
The opposite of what you told us. No. It is not.
Nice. It stayed asleep long enough that we could kill it.
Statement you gave us in the car.
This probably kills me. I know I can't outspeed. I'm gonna try and hope it's enough.
Are not consistent with what you
Oh
told us.
no, I forgot. Okay.
And in the video,
This is gonna be probably a lightning
it
move.
explains itself. It really truly does.
Oh, Scald, okay. We're gonna go Drain Kiss. Drain Kiss again. I don't think this kills. It does? Feels really bad.
I got it in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not
Nice, we lived it too, hell yeah. And yeah, it's not an assumption. They have the evidence in spades. She is so boned.
I'm not gonna
And only
say-
now is she realizing it, basically.
You thought he could go it out on his own, but the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
But when I unzip it with one finger.
And yeah, once again, unzipping it, well, leaving enough room from the zipper that you could get out, intending to do it that way, that is not going to vibe with battered spouse syndrome. I'm going to do a quick breb. I saved. We're going to do some Pallas cat coverage when I come back. Then we're on to fight Erica. We're almost back. I'm gonna need 24. Alright, so let's take a gander at some of the Russian manual. There's a woman who runs a channel on YouTube. I think it's called Anna Novikova. She takes videos of various animals, including Pallas cats, at a Russian zoo. And they're adorable. So, you know, we love that. The Pallas cat's a wild animal. It's endangered. There's less than 57,000 in the world. They're very fluffy, and their bodies are round. They also look perpetually grumpy, which is kind of hilarious. Let's also look at Erica, because she's next. Alright, let's see what you've done, Anna. This is her channel. So if you like wild animals and Pallas cats, definitely throw her a like. Not much in the way of Pallas cats recently. Lots of polar bears. Polar bears are cool and all, but I'm here for the Pallas cats. There's a Pallas cat. There's another Pallas cat. Okay, we're good. We got some cat coverage. Doesn't seem like there's any audio anyways. Let's see what the subtitle says, since I don't... Oh, there's some audio. Alright, let's see. I love when she talks to the Pallas cats. Let's see. This is Pallas cat hunts for squirrels. So fluffy, so round. The stripy tail, I love it. They primarily live in mountain ranges, the steppe, tundra, the thick coat when it gets to more than -30 in the winter. It's a big deal for them. They aren't arboreal naturally, so it's always a good bit of fun watching a Pallas cat hiding up on top of a tree or like a nest, you know. That was likely the squirrel that the cat's looking at. We'll do a few more Pallas cat videos, then back to crime coverage. They also have like little hammocks and trees that they like to sit in. I love that fluffy tail and the orange feet. It's always the back of the feet that are orange. They also like to sit on their tail to keep their feet warm. And these were taken last week. Also, it looks like P. Diddy was finally arrested and indicted on a bunch of charges. Lawyer You Know just put out a video on it, so I'll probably be watching that tonight and watching it tomorrow. The Diddy, the Diddler, all that stuff's been going on for a minute. So it's cool that, like, they're finally pulling the trigger on it, you know? Because they don't want to arrest him prematurely and be like, oh, we just don't have enough. Not enough mono. I'm not pleased. I'm gonna have to keep looking for ones that we haven't seen yet. Their scientific name means ugly-eared. I reckon they would not be pleased with that. Their ears are rounded instead of pointy, so that they blend in with the ground and rocks easier. They also have rounded pupils, which makes them look more human-like compared to other cats and predatory animals with the slits of their eyes being in a different shape. That's a longer one. Here's a nice small one taken 3 months ago of more Pallas cats. Also the occasional squirrel, apparently. These would be probably either Lolo or Mia. They're one of several female Pallas cats that had a litter anywhere from 5 to 7 Pallas cats. There's at least 15 Russian Pallas cats this season, and we need more because they have weak immune systems, and they're so precious to me. Apparently, they're at the point this season where their mothers would kick them out of the nest. So, Lord willing, many of them survive, and next season they'll go on to be sexually mature and be sent to different zoos to basically help with genetic diversity, as there are some that aren't doing very well. Like in China, it's basically been oops all inbreeding for the current Pallas cats. The mother, she's in mid-shed. They have a winter coat and a summer coat, and that's why there's like clumps of fur falling off her coat. Mosh mosh. They're significantly slimmer in the summer, especially since, you know, they're having to get more calories to produce milk to feed the kittens. I also like that it looks like the mother and several of the babies are wearing like long white socks. Sometimes their paws will be brown. Dunzi, one of the Chinese model, looks like he's wearing Timberland boots. Oh, enjoying some time in the shade. So adorable. Ah, gotta get a good scritch in every now and again, you know? I love their stripy tails as well. All right, and then that was Anna Novikova on YouTube. She often puts out videos on Pallas cats and other animals from whichever zoo she's doing footage for. We are back to crime coverage. I'm going to be putting together a team to fight Erica. Realistically, I'm going to be trying to sweep with Talonflame. I think it's Hone Claw, Flame Charge, Roost, and Dual Wing Beat. You Flame Charge a few times to get enough speed. You do a bunch of Hone Claw / Roosting, then you just sweep with Dual Wing Beat. I'm going to have stuff for backup as well, though, because it may not work the first time.
Finger.
From the outside.
But it had a hole in it.
That was a tough surge. I knew surge would be difficult. I didn't think he'd be that bad, though, you know?
When I had my sweatshirt, I thought it had a paperclip on it. It's got... The zipper part is broken. Yes, which is why we were going to send it.
unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside too. I don't know how. Why wouldn't you have gotten himself out if he could? I don't know. Like, I don't know if you saw like where the hole was. I don't know.
I didn't see a hole.
No,
I didn't see no fingers sticking out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be.
And yeah, she's claiming he could get out. So according to Sarah, he chose not to get out, which means realistically he couldn't get out, especially as you hear him in the video yelling and screaming that he can't breathe.
Do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again.
And once again, at the very least, it's manslaughter, so intent doesn't super matter, but there's enough evidence that's easily gonna prove this is intent.
And then not talk about it.
Okay.
That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Great question. Glad you asked.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs.
Yeah, she took at least 3 videos. All right.
On that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
And then blame the alcohol, of course. I don't think I need brick break.
I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. Especially
Oh, I believe she is sick. Mainly because she's not going to get away with it, you know? Okay.
You tell us last night, you vividly remember.
Don't need Rodom.
That he was laughing, you were laughing.
I'm not going to use Gliscor.
You go to bed. Now we see something totally different.
I'm not going to use Togekiss. I'm probably going to use Butterfree. Actually, no, because they'll resist the sleep powder. Never mind. I forgot.
But the fingers, so it just happened to be that
Okay.
whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not
Okay.
have that in it.
We'll probably ditch that.
And you also in the video, you can't see.
I need to get Corviknight out because that's going to be my answer to Venusaur.
We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have been able to get out. Alcohol, based on what you're telling us,
Oh, so now you're blaming the drinking. We're going to try Delibird.
And he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Why didn't he get out then, Sarah?
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay?
Yeah, it is. You murdered someone.
it is terrible.
It is horrible.
I don't think I'll ever be right because of this.
Poor
Ever
Sarah.
be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally,
Because, yeah, you're just so important, Sarah.
whom I loved,
Loved to death, apparently.
it was not intentional.
And you can say that all day, but it doesn't matter.
On the Bible, it was not intentional.
Let's say for a moment Sarah was being honest, and it wasn't
I mean, she's
intentional.
not,
She didn't
but,
need to zip it
yeah.
up all the way. She believed Jorge would be able to get out, and her telling him that he should shut the fuck up because he couldn't breathe was all in good fun. And she was just made aware and had to watch every second of the last things she ever said and did to her partner being that. Would this be her reaction? No. Probably not. Again, any normal person would be horrified at seeing their actions encapsulated on
Yes.
film the way hers was. It's been less than a day since his passing, and she is witnessing herself verbally assault
she's
the man
angry.
she purported to love, and she can't even muster a tear. Even if any part of this had been accidental, which it assuredly wasn't, her callous, uncaring reaction
All right, good.
betrays her continued insistence that she is innocent. I'm going to play the rest of the footage in its totality, as her downward spiral and escalating aggression, mixed with her inability to grasp reality, is interesting to watch.
And entertaining.
Gaslighting as a term gets thrown around frequently, but this is an instance in which a person is desperately trying to gaslight two much smarter individuals into believing
Which is
that what
why I'm
she's
glad
saying is
she
accurate, that her
fails.
leaving her boyfriend
She
in
thinks
a
she's so
suitcase
smart.
is not at all suspicious, and that she isn't technically at fault for anything.
Yeah.
I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
Yet you did. Yeah. Yet you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed because I'm thinking, okay, guys, you can get out.
How did you not intentionally go
There
to
you
bed?
go.
You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come.
And then we're gonna hold probably citrus berry for generic healing. So in case I'm not able to roost every single turn, you know. Let's also check Delibird.
Right.
So you go to
Tells you that, like, I'm mixing also.
Wow.
Okay.
Terrible moveset. Feels bad. I guess I'll be waiting a while.
Hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't
Yep,
that.
I'm gonna be waiting a minute. So yeah, no Delibird, sadly.
Intoxicated, which
Maybe it'll have some egg moves, you know.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
If you weren't intoxicated,
You did this intentionally. Yeah, it's even worse.
begging to get out.
All right, let's see.
They can't breathe.
if I hadn't
No.
been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Let's actually remove that berry. I need to hold safety goggles so I can be an effective answer to Venusaur.
I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
There's Corviknight. Love it. You can say that, but it clearly wasn't fine and dandy.
Okay, for me to tell you this, again,
We're not gonna do Steel Wing
without him for a day.
because Ironhead is stronger and it can cause a flinch. Oh, I love that. She's just so screwed. And it couldn't happen to a nicer person, you know.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you because this was not
Dual Wing
in
beats
any way,
huge.
shape, or form. Handle the vital, intentional.
Dual Wing Beat, Home Claw, Roost, and then probably Ironhead.
I didn't mean to leave him there.
I mean, but you did.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving you?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there.
And then we need to get safety goggles.
He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
He doesn't.
But
But you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
Whee! I'm a Borb.
You even move it down. You move. You
Very
admit
nice.
to moving the suitcase like over, so you roll it up. Like it's not like I didn't want it to be like that. Don't.
You can hear her screaming, "Fuck you."
Right.
It's not a good look. We're gonna go special defense up, I think. Oh, yeah, we're killing you. We're killing you.
That's how he talks to me most of the time.
Oh, I'm the victim, yeah. It's all about her. We're gonna go careful. We don't need special.
I don't know how
Okay?
you want me to say it.
We're gonna
I'm
go...
trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a
We're gonna go attack up.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
We want to make sure we're more than fast enough that even Meowscarada won't outspeed us.
Not calling 911 there. Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was.
And then we'll probably
I called back, and,
do...
like, what, 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless,
I'm trying to think.
I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out. And try to do CPR. And then call you guys. And then was continually doing CPR.
I think I'm gonna go Citrus Berry.
On the phone.
Well, actually, no, hold on.
Where you have me count out loud.
No, that's not the right one. I was thinking it was like Misty Seed where it would buff defense on grass. We'll go Citrus Berry for generic healing.
I don't know how. I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out. But
Yep, you can. But that
didn't.
doesn't matter.
And you went upstairs and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep. But can I say to
I
you, like,
think-
not to ever
I
at any
think
point during
there's
that 30
rock.
minutes walk back
Let me
down,
check
check on him?
in this
No,
fight.
1 second. Because
Yes,
I know,
there is,
like,
okay.
You all, and then, like, because you can continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf.
Oh, okay.
okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
I may have to go in on electrodes, so I'm gonna go walk and bury instead.
I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
So tentatively, if things go the way they're quote unquote supposed to, we'll be fine. I still need some other answers though.
You know what?
Alright, let's see what else.
5 minutes or so, and then they'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video's at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23. So
I'm gonna grab Vespa Queen. We can block the priority moves. That'll be another good answer potentially. And then I'm gonna need to hold a fire because fire's an issue. Once again, more lies because of the to be honest. Sounds like you're punishing him. That's what you get. This is what it feels like. Literally her own words. Yeah, exactly.
And I understand the severity of it.
Do you though? I feel like she doesn't.
I know. It's awful.
As much as I like Fell Stinger, I need the damage from Lunge more, I think.
I will never drink alcohol again.
Oh, well, thank God for that, right?
I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
As if that's gonna save you from, you know, what you did, right? We're gonna go speed down, and I think we're gonna go attack up.
And again, it's the whole time.
Let's see.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. In the bag, saying,
Everyone's gonna outspeed, you know?
and you say, fuck you.
Alright, Brave.
For like the whole few minutes that he was in there,
Minimum 11. But yeah, it's kind of confusing.
I don't think I really need Power Gem though, you know? Let's see.
Well, in between the two videos.
Between the two videos? Okay.
Yeah.
I might go heal order.
When he's begging for his life, telling him he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out?
Great question.
There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking.
Also gonna have defog to get rid of the grassy terrain.
again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Is it though? Is it really?
Where's this game in?
Yeah, exactly.
You say this is a game.
I'm gonna keep Pursuit because the AI loves to swap out.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It's not fair. You guys.
I'm gonna get rid of Dig, I think.
Oh, he's in there. Night night.
Since we're a mixed attacker, I'm gonna go neutral on Spyro.
How did
There we go.
you got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed?
Thinking he was going to.
So yeah, don't commit crime. But if you had to commit crime, ask for a lawyer immediately and stop talking. Don't be Sarah.
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't be told why.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, we need 2 more Mon.
That's my only issue. What am I supposed to write?
We're gonna grab Crobat. That's good coverage for Meganium. Because poison.
Again, I'm thinking he'll get up here in a minute.
And then maybe Gligar to deal with either Gligar or an Electric Mon to deal with Hisuian Electrode. Because then it will only be able to go Hidden Power Ice, Chloroblast, or Explosion.
This was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag, and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys?
What are you trying to do to me? What's the deal?
Why?
Why what?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him?
We're gonna go special attack down, speed up.
I didn't have any motivation. It was me. He
Jolly,
had a great
yep.
day, fooling around,
Once
being
again,
stupid, and
more
apparently
reframing that does not work for it being a domestic issue.
Where it's like, I'm tired now, and I go to sleep.
Okay, so dual wing beat, cross poison, because I don't think we have poison jab yet. U-turn and
like, this is not fair at all.
I mean, George didn't want to be murdered, So, you know.
You were, say it's opposite, you run a suitcase, and you're asking to be let out. Would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I don't... I'm putting it on the line.
Which one was it though, Sarah? You can't be compos mentis, and then you can't be saying it's something else, you know?
We haven't assumed any of it.
But you guys are assuming
No.
that that's what I did.
I mean,
By what, the facts of what happened, we got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
okay.
I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn
Yep.
recorded statement.
Yet another reason why you never talk to the police. She said other things, and now it's biting her in the ass.
You thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You're very adamant about the fact
Yep,
that
she
both
was.
of
You
have to
literally
work
said
out.
you were compos mentis earlier.
Compass mentis.
You
Okay.
used it today too.
She's
To
so
say that
boned.
You guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
Not, but they drink those of them.
I think you did.
Yeah, I think so too. It doesn't really matter, but I think she did.
Yesterday, so I don't know how you did, because they weren't there the day before.
So what was?
Public receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we had each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday.
Let's see what else Rodham can learn. Maybe there's something new.
Okay, well,
I mean, it's receipts, so it's not.
I mean, there is, but not really. So, okay, let's ditch this. I think we go Gligar and we hold a Yachi Berry to deal with the Electrode.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
Yeah, she thought she was gonna come in, answer some questions, they would believe her, and she'd be on her merry way, you know? This is not happening the way she thought it would, and that's for the best. Okay, we're gonna keep U-turn. We're gonna keep knockoff.
That's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
We're gonna grab dual wing beat.
You guys think that I intentionally...
Yes. Yes, Sarah. You're boned.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, dual wing beat.
That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that.
I think we ditch Rock Tomb and probably go Roost.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair.
It's
But you guys
not
keep trying to say that that's what I
fair.
did.
She's wild. You know?
You told us that.
We're also gonna go Poison Jab, because that's good again. Actually, no. No, we'll go Ice Fang.
There's a hole in a suitcase.
The flinch,
I
the
am sitting from
freeze.
the hole with one
Okay.
finger.
Well, the damn
And then we're gonna go Yachi Berry, because 4 times weak to ice.
No, he didn't.
Alright, let's see.
The video shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why
Let's
would he
see.
beg you to open it?
he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're gonna do it. They don't need
I'm not gonna hold an item on Crobat, because even if I held a berry, triple axle would only count the first hit for the berry. Alright.
I intentionally didn't do it.
Well, he's intentionally dead, so it doesn't matter. Alright, we're gonna lead with Sonic. Let's make sure everything's good.
He nor I.
Neutral's fine.
Well, he's dead as a result of your action.
On each other.
That's fine.
He's dead as a
That's
result of
fine.
your action. So
That's fine.
No.
None of them set barriers, so I actually think I am gonna go, what's it called?
He doesn't. Whatever
Sniper.
that is, whatever it is. See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys. just
It's
because we
not
have
fair
to
that George is dead, Sarah. Get over it.
what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really? Really?
Exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries.
Yep.
You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
She's had him arrested for domestic violence at least 4 times.
With one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So
All
you
right.
got gone to jail all those times that you went
Flame
to
charge.
jail?
Oh, the one time I did.
Flame charge is gonna be great here.
But and he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his.
Oh, that's right.
So
Okay.
I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
I mean, you can be a victim and an abuser. It's complicated.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as being an abuser. I have never dealt with anything like this.
I mean, I believe that.
How to do it, and I always know what to
And
do
she's
and how to
so
do it.
intent on looking like she can do everything. Once again, she's a narcissist, and her image matters more than literally anything
We are
else.
simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story.
Okay?
You're
We're
telling
gonna
us,
save.
We're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that
Go
negates what you're
team.
telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Oh, well, just because you don't remember doesn't mean you didn't do it. That's kind of an
You're telling
issue.
us that we're assuming stuff, but
So
what
right
we're
off the
simply
bat,
doing
we're
is
gonna
following
try to
what
get
we
like
do.
1 or 2 flame charges, and we're gonna hope that she doesn't just instantly swap to like Meowscarada, you know?
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's
The what?
All right, let's go.
Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
So,
All right, so
you guys are scaring me? So
well, rightfully so. You're a murderer, Sarah.
Things that need to be taken care of. Like I don't.
Okay.
Questions.
I have one last question. I mean, you realize.
We probably need at least 2 or 3 home claw, if not more.
When he's begging you, saying, "I can't breathe, let me out," and you said, "Fuck you."
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Left him in that bag.
Okay, we're gonna do a roost.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
But you did.
Not.
How can you say you wouldn't do that
Know that.
when you did?
Know that.
Okay.
you got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing.
I
It's
think
alcohol.
we can do another home claw and we'll probably be fine.
And the reason that you go?
You all
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Get another speed up. Hell yeah.
Listen.
Beautiful. All right, here comes Weed Cat.
I did not.
I think I'm fine at +3. We are. Okay, good.
So your attention.
I don't know what it is I need to do or how to do
I
it
don't
or
know
what
if
to
this will
say or
kill,
how to say it.
but we're gonna try.
What was your intention?
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows. More classics, more top 10 hits from a narcissist.
And made him a happier, better person.
Everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Yep, everyone has their limits. You're absolutely right.
Okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap.
I'm 4 times weak to rock, so I'm hoping this dual wing beat's enough.
Absolutely. I got you on video.
I don't know. I don't know though if I outspeed the Hisuian Electrode though. This is gonna be spicy.
However long ago.
And I do outspeed. Hell yeah. So that's a common Talonflame W. We love that. Now we get to buy a bunch of Pokemon, we get to buy a bunch of moves, and we get to prep for
But no one's that having a good day.
Geo.
Everyone's having a good day. All I'm saying,
I would hate to see a bad day.
Lamau.
y'all are making me outspeed.
You're a murderer, Sarah.
The person that I'm not.
Once again, all she cares about is her image.
Or are you a different person when you're...
She might be, yeah. Alright, we're also gonna grab Mantike so we can have Wide Guard to help with the double battle.
Well, you're sober now, so sober
And I
you.
think it's right here. Let me double check.
Not. It's both of us. It's both of us.
Oh, wait, yeah, there it is. Okay. Yep, good rod. We have a good rod. 4 times weak to electric sucks, but there's only like 1 Meownwell electric there, I think.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there.
Yeah, exactly. No one else was there, Sarah. It has to be you.
I swear I did not.
And I
You
swear.
zipped them in the back.
Nor he.
Oh boy. Okay, there's Mantike. Let's go.
And then you flip the bag around.
Thank you.
I didn't do that intentionally.
Who would do such a thing? Not I, certainly.
Why would I do that?
Great question. We're asking you, though.
He was upside down.
All right.
Right.
But you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a
We're gonna strip all the items and rebuild our team.
Put the and then George got him. Fortunately, nobody else was there. That's
video showing the
All right.
from several different positions. So it shows one. Like,
Never talk to the police, especially if you are innocent. If the cops think you did it, they'll make you, they'll basically convince you that you did it, or they'll make the evidence fit.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards
I love it.
No malicious.
All right. You're not sleeping. Yeah. All right, we're gonna grab wide guard.
Right.
In your voice, you can hear the militia.
Yeah.
The fuck you is very, very.
Yeah. All right.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common like, hey Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do.
We already have wide guard, so it's awesome. We're gonna grab air slash.
We were trying to give you an opportunity. And
This is your opportunity, yeah. All you did with this opportunity was incriminate yourself.
My intent was not for that to happen. But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, but yeah.
Time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, it's not really fair. It's just waiting for him. It's not like you walked up the stairs.
Sky uppercut's not bad, but I don't think I need it yet.
You go up the stairs, you
All
go
right.
to bed, and you wait for him.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna buy all those TMs I know we need.
He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It doesn't matter. This one, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, that's true. It doesn't matter.
There's this.
It legit does not matter. Yeah, exactly. You're so screwed, Sarah.
You're lying and like you're
Yeah,
not.
yeah, you're lying.
You're lying about what?
I haven't lied about anything.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Oh, so you did this intentionally?
That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything.
We're also gonna grab Aerodactyl now.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yep,
Yeah,
sure
but I
does.
never said I was drunk.
Oh,
You did that sober.
even
You
worse.
knowingly left them down there sober.
Yep.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Which one is it,
You
Sarah?
want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm
No.
telling you all those.
Oh yeah, this guy.
Changed
Right.
my life.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it has. It has also changed Jorge's life, but you only care about you.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's factual. This is changing everyone's
But
life.
you're trying to dance around the facts.
So, but what do you? Okay,
All right, we have an Aerodactyl. Hell yeah.
You're trying to dance around the facts. You left them in there.
This is not. It's not cool. Like this is not cool.
It is not cool either. Yeah, it's not cool.
I did that intentionally.
Yep, I think so.
You think that I
We're
did
gonna
that
go with
intentionally.
Terry. It's not clever, but I'm fine with
You
it.
went upstairs to a different room.
All right, let's see. How are we doing
you
this?
intentionally did that.
We can't use Omanite, so it's fine.
Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out.
Okay, you did it.
Yeah, he did not.
But somebody that
He did not do that.
When you say that though, but you have to.
Let me out. I can't.
Y'all don't know George though.
Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know.
Again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf.
Y'all don't
So it
know.
was just like what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it or is he 9? So
Great
he's
question.
Not, really? It's not a big deal. That's a valid question.
Yeah, it's a valid question. Absolutely.
You would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No.
I don't think any flyer has fake out. I'm gonna check.
Not intentionally to leave him
Let's
there.
see.
But that's what happened.
All right.
But you keep going away from
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to help me admit
Yes.
that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
Okay, so flying Pikachu can have fake out, but it has a very bad stat total,
You go
so I
upstairs.
don't think I'm gonna bother.
So what? Like,
Okay.
just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of malicious.
I think I have an idea what we're gonna do.
Intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
Still. Love him.
I I'm gonna use Pellet Pepper. I'm basically gonna do Drizzle and Swift Swim.
You know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
I mean,
Why I'm here today.
you
I'm
did.
still not giving up on him.
You did. You gave up on him in a lot of ways. Okay.
Well, you gave up checking up on him.
Oh gosh. Oh heck. Oh geez. I'm in trouble.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
It was fun for you.
All day.
And all of this is coming in. Her lawyer's trying to get it suppressed. It's not gonna happen.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me?
I would never do this.
Would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
Parents can be murderers. You having a kid has nothing to do with this.
Why are you so, like, calm on what we think?
Because you're a narcissist, that's why.
You should explain about what you told us.
It's because you guys are like trying
The things that the video showed that...
Alright, there's only a few flyers that we can grab here.
Well, you said that it was fun.
We're gonna grab Dratini.
We were playing before that.
We're gonna grab Bagon.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
And
Stops being fun.
Well,
there's no one else we can grab.
He's not
I'm
gonna get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming to me.
I don't know what you all want to me to tell you.
The truth?
In no way, shape, or
The
form
truth,
is
by the way.
intentional. At all.
Okay.
Ever.
Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, Sarah has no idea she's about to get arrested. And that's what makes this even sweeter. She's been lying this whole time, and no one believes her.
When you come back and I ask about it,
Yeah.
Alright, so we need Drizzle. That'll activate Swift Swim. We'll be fine, basically.
so it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Help me explain it. Understand.
No, we want Swift Swim.
How this was such a playful thing as you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes.
Yep,
But then it
probably
changes.
was.
The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not
So
funny.
Drizzle will activate Swift Swim. All water moves will do more damage. We'll be fine.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, just.
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
Alright, let's see. So now we need to evolve Mantike. I'm also going to grab Scald, because I think that's probably my strongest water move right now.
It didn't end well, obviously.
We definitely don't need Aerodactyl or the other two yet.
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was
Okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos. How horrific.
You cannot remember it, and it doesn't mean it didn't happen, you know?
Doctors in the laptop.
We are going to grab U-turn so we can get out of a situation.
So what?
Scald are probably my strongest water moves.
If you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't
Okay.
remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling
We
me
already have
that
wide guard,
you
so that's
actually
fine.
looked about you.
I
How is it that you looked about him when
see, that's the thing.
We'll do air slash for the flinch.
You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in the
Yep,
apartment complex
they
that
sure
knew about
have.
my daily
Property
basis.
manager, ex-husband, neighbors.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property
Yeah,
managers.
she did. They did talk to the property manager. They said she's drunk all the time.
Live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many? You had two neighbors you went to and asked you.
See, that is not fair.
You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you.
Ask anyone. We did. Ask other people. I love that.
No, okay. Champ and Eli.
Alright, level 30.
Champ is not
Alright.
a nice person. She's just
Oh. Oh, maybe because you're a piece of shit, Sarah. What?
She's not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use the restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Champ
there it is.
because
Right.
He comes over and talks to us.
Alright, we got our Mantine. Let's see what she can learn now.
My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom.
We are gonna grab Signal Beam because it dunks on Psychic.
Somebody go upstairs and use my
So it's basically gonna be those.
That's what the downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Somebody you know?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff
And we're gonna max out our speed, so we absolutely outspeed.
No problem.
Now, there's no flying Sevimon, so we're not gonna bother with that. Alright, nature change. Oh, it's like Olive Garden, their family. Oh, this is so dirty too.
But he is over here legally.
So, some people that basically talk smack about Sarah, she's like, oh yeah, by the way, they're here illegally. So that's what they get for not, like, basically covering my ass and defending me. Absolutely heinous. This is why people in those communities do not speak out, because they're afraid of reprisal. If I speak out, I'm gonna be deported, you know?
So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that have to do with you using the restaurant?
They didn't want to be involved.
No, I was asking last night, because, you know, I mean, we had several different people.
I figured that Eli and Kim.
Drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Jenny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked.
We can't eat berries until Aerodactyl is dead.
Like I said, she's not a nice person. What are your questions?
Yep.
Who's coming?
I think I'm gonna use Mystic Water to boost the damage of my Scald.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know.
And then we're gonna leave Drizzle as is, that's fine. Because realistically, all we're doing is setting the weather, and then we're swapping out. Alright, so now everything's basically gonna crash down for Sarah, and we love that.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
Remember, cops are allowed to lie to you. They're allowed to lie to criminals to get a confession.
I've been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex that said you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh. Right.
Regularly.
I'm gonna grab Citrus Berry for generic healing.
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep Gliss Score. I'm probably gonna ditch the other three though. Let's see.
They see you every day. How many You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom. And they
I'm gonna grab Crobat because there's a
No, okay. Cam and
there is a Snubble that I gotta deal with.
Even after Mila went over there and introduced herself, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use the restroom?
Also gonna grab Munin because Steel dunks on Fairy.
Talk to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time.
Gonna ditch Aerodactyl.
Down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So they were like, go over there and try it there.
There's two bathrooms.
I would let somebody go upstairs and use my
I think I'm gonna use Flamigo because fighting is good against Obstagoon.
Would you? Somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen, and they're stuck in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way, no problem. And of course.
And because it's not, what's it called? It's not like Farfetch, I don't have to hold an item to boost its attack. Another reason why I don't like using the special Pikachus. Oh yeah, I'm gonna narc on them, but I hope they don't get deported. She's so petty.
What does that have to do with you using the restroom?
They didn't want to be involved.
No, I was asking last night because, you know, I mean, we had several different people.
I've seen you that Eli and
Drunk on a regular
Since it's a double battle, I am gonna have more than one Mon with Wide Guard, I've decided.
Jenny next door.
Those are the ones next door that she
I'm going to keep Lunge.
No, she said
If I can get Brick Break, I'll absolutely get rid of Low Sweep.
not a nice person. What are your questions?
Let's see.
Who's coming? Did you figure it out?
They're basically stalling long enough to do all the administrative stuff they need to so they can arrest her. And she has no idea, which is what makes it so rich.
Sure. So, am I getting my phone back?
No, it's evidence. You'll see it at trial, don't worry.
Laptop.
Also evidence.
What does that mean?
we're still going.
So no brick break, feels bad. I'm gonna have to rely on the kick moves apparently.
That's fine.
All right, let's see.
We go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more intent to do
I
what
don't
did,
want jump kick
which
to
was
miss,
not intentional.
so I sadly have to hold a wide lens here.
Is that correct?
She's asking about your
We're gonna keep payback.
No, but I'm asking, is
I'm
that
also gonna
correct?
keep lunge.
I'm not gonna agree with anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're,
Yeah, wide lens missing is cringe. Okay. We need to hold, I think, a Thunderberry to deal with at least some mons that have electric.
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him.
Probably
I thought
the same thing for Munin.
we just have to follow his parents.
And then I need like one more slot. And yeah, this is her trying to control the narrative of what the relatives of Jorge are going to be told.
I need to do that too.
Tosses.
The
Do what?
substance abuse class and his battery intervention.
Yeah,
So
we
that's
got
what she's getting ready to ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to.
I think I'm more or less covered for this fight. So like the last slot's kind of filler, you know?
And she's doing some other tests. That she's
Let's grab a special attacker. That way we're not oops all physical, you know?
Or y'all saying I just completed it?
That's what she's determining.
We'll do Thunderberry as well.
The one on the head,
All right, and then I think it's gonna be Air Slash, Scald, Bug Buzz, and I don't know what the last move's gonna be yet. Let's see. It will be raining, so maybe I take advantage of Hurricane.
So, I don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I was gonna ask, you're gonna ask you. So, are you all updating his parents today, or when you get final, whatever?
What does it matter what we tell his parents?
We'll do that.
Because
Hurricane won't miss, so that's actually really cool. And then maybe Icy Wind for the last move.
Okay, but it's gonna come down to me.
Well, yeah, you were the last one with them. Of course it's gonna come down to you, Sarah.
So it's being.
There's no way to spin this.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it to tell them?
We're gonna give them an update just like we gave you an
And then we'll do U-turn just so I can get out of a dicey situation.
Whatever brings
Here's
them
the thing.
and
Here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night or something.
All right, we're gonna
There's not a
save.
lot of conversation that
This
goes on.
fight's rough because
It's not a big
flinch
deal.
from the rock slide, unnerved so you can't eat berries, then Hypno can put both your mons to asleep.
We met you guys.
So you basically have to make sure Aerodactyl dies right away so you can eat your berries, or you double in on Hypno so it can't put you to sleep.
It's a valid question.
Really?
Are we gonna save? Let's go. So ideally we outspeed because of Swift Swim. We are going to Scald.
So I don't know if I asked you guys, or.
Actually,
how
no.
I find this out other than talking
Yeah,
to
I'm
your parents,
gonna Scald,
Probably terrible.
and I'm gonna Scald, and I'm hoping both of us are fast enough to kill Aerodactyl. Okay, dual wing meat's not a big deal.
That's not even
So that's good. We can eat berries now. We need to get Hypno done as soon as possible because it has bad dreams, which means it ignores sleep claws.
So,
It'll be up to them.
We avoided the attack, that's huge.
She just told you. just-
So now we want to double in on Hypno because the Obstagoon will protect the first turn to do Guts to boost Facade.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So.
Psychic is super effective. Not
Or not, but like I was gonna call his.
Bug is super effective against Psychic, but because we aren't Bug, we basically didn't get the stab boost. You know.
I don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to.
I'm gonna swap in Masquerain because Intimidate.
How do I go about getting his?
Oh, the Dark Void. This is the problem. I may have to hold Sleep Berries here.
It'll come to us.
Alright, we're gonna go Crobat. We're gonna go Munin.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I bought it for him.
We're gonna go
It was on his finger, it goes to them.
You turn on Hypno.
We don't have any say.
We're gonna go dual wing beat on the Obstagoon.
So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's been found?
Okay, not great.
Pillow with stain, swab the stain from pillow, suitcase.
We're gonna jump kick the Obstagoon. We're gonna dual wing beat the Obstagoon. The Obstagoon needs to go down. It is a big threat.
Can with blood and necktie with blood.
Okay.
Was from the suitcase.
We'll go.
Why would you guys
I'll swap out.
the baseball bat?
Dual wing beat again.
And
We're basically fine.
this is the
That didn't go as well as I would have liked, but honestly, it's okay. So now we have 2 more grunt battles before we fight Giovanni. And they're all hard enough that you really need to build a team to counter them. Much like pretty much everything in Rad Red.
So what's next?
We're gonna arrest you.
Swap your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like
Prison.
what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something?
Prison. 5 years later, 9 attorneys later.
So like for
They're not gonna tell you what to do, Sarah. They have a vested interest in putting criminals behind bars forever.
To me, like, I'm being accused of something
You
that's
are.
not
Murder.
intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things that I'm being
Okay.
accused of. So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Oh, you won't. They're arresting you here. Don't worry about it.
So
They won't do it in front of your son. They're actually good people.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is? And then it's like, okay, this is what
Oh,
it is
right.
kind of thing, or
I forgot.
Because I've done the whole court thing.
It's 4 times a week because grass.
I've done whatever.
dark.
So I'm not admitting anything.
You don't have to admit to anything. They have more than enough.
I killed George.
You did kill George. Okay, we're gonna swap into Pella Pepper.
The situation, but it's trying to depend on me.
No one's pinning anything on you, Sarah. You did
That
this.
was not my
It
intent.
doesn't matter if it was intentional or not. Plus, the recordings are very much gonna prove that it was intentional.
So whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be
She
proven,
thinks
then
I
need to
didn't
which is why I'm trying
intentionally
to get
do
it done
this.
tomorrow.
Ergo,
So that's why I'm asking
I'm
what
the
next step
victim.
is other than
It wasn't
getting my
murder.
house.
She basically gave away
You want me
everything.
to tell you how to not be accused of a crime?
Yeah, you basically need to go back in time and don't commit the crime.
I'm trying to
And then if you do,
figure out
ask for a lawyer.
what may need to be done so I can take that for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing.
Yeah, you're doing just fine, Sarah. Don't worry. You've done an amazing job at getting yourself convicted.
Show up and Lucas is in the house.
Oh, they won't. Don't worry. You're getting arrested literally right
Well,
now.
we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to
Hmm.
us. So I don't know why you think that's gonna change.
Yoink.
That and or me not just
Ah.
showing back home.
Well, yeah, you're not showing up. Don't worry.
That or what?
Me just not
Oh, yeah, we
showing
want to grab
back
that.
home.
Yoink.
That's what, oh, he's so happy that I'm staying over the house, so that, I'm so happy.
Thank you. We got the lift key. Now we're going to start prepping for the 2 grunt battles. Then Giovanni. Fighting Giovanni is more or less the capstone of this stream.
So for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, it's,
Of course it looks bad.
is that what you're gonna tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Yep, she did it. She was last with him. The injuries happened at that time. There was no one else in the apartment.
Oh, yeah, it is sealed to the fire.
There's literally no other way to put
Well,
it.
we can't hide things, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying we're gonna go.
Okay, we're gonna save. Let's see what we're doing for this fight.
Go and tell them every single thing we have. But again, this is.
I'm faster. I'm gonna try to focus the slacking down.
So it does, like, I'm not. You're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and.
Actually, you lied. No, we're gonna go in on the other one.
Right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
No.
I cannot.
What are we talking about?
but we can't even, but technically there's no concrete.
I'm gonna grab a psychic mon so we can dunk on Wheezing.
You want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
She literally wants that, yep.
I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. So,
We're gonna use Sigilif, I think. Oh yeah, totally, don't worry about it. We'll be seeing each other very shortly. Okay, very
Though
good.
it might seem that the interrogation is over, the detectives are testing Sarah with their silence.
Yep.
Nothing makes people
This is
more
huge.
uncomfortable than silence, as we are conditioned to constantly be talking and engaging. Imagine now that you're in a job interview, and the interviewer asks you a question, and then when you're finished answering, they just stare at you, quietly. They might nod along, they might write something down, but for the most part, they just look at you, expectantly. The tension and unease you would feel as the interviewee would probably cause you to keep talking, to expand your point until you feel as if you've impressed the person
Detectives
opposite of you.
do this
That's exactly
all
what the interviewers
the
will be
time.
doing for the remainder of the interrogation.
They want you to
which will
talk.
lead Sarah to lending a plethora of
Yep.
information that is just as damaging as the information that came before. Currently, Sarah is still under the impression that she will be leaving the interview, going back to live with her ex-husband
She's not.
and their child. And this entire ordeal
I love
will
it.
blow over. However, given the evidence against her,
Save.
she was ready
All
to
right,
be
let's go.
arrested the moment she stepped into the
Exactly.
station. They have Sarah on camera.
We
taunting
Ironhead.
deceased, and they have evidence that she actively
We
caused
psychic.
his death.
I think this
However,
kills.
She maintained throughout that it was unintentional.
Damn it.
Therefore, she is not responsible. But that is by no means how our legal system works.
Exactly.
Every time someone drives drunk or otherwise impaired, they do not intend to cause harm. They intend to get to wherever their destination is, even though they know they shouldn't be driving.
We are gonna
But the onus of
swap
responsibility
into
does not leave
Flamigo,
them because
so
they
I have
didn't
someone
mean
to
do
kill
something.
slacking.
Their actions are still their own.
We are going
And
to
in this
psychic
case,
the
it's
Crobat.
obvious what Sarah intended to do.
I get it. Look, I get it.
I didn't finish it off, damn it. I probably needed to go whatnot, but I didn't want slacking to go knockoff and kill Sigilif.
Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on?
We're gonna jump kick.
I promise you, on my son's life,
Okay, so not great,
it was not intentional.
but I think this kills
I promise
slacking.
you,
Okay.
on Lucas's life,
And I
it was
mean, you
not.
can swear all you want, it doesn't matter.
I don't know you. I can't say. I know
We're gonna
anything
go
about you. I
all
don't
in
know
on
what
Diplin now.
what would be a true signal, but not. I mean, if you're promising. or something,
I don't
that's
love
fine.
it, but it's fine.
That's how much it means.
Oh, okay. Now we're gonna get ready for the second fight.
That's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart. Please.
Oh yeah, they totally will, as they put you away for murder.
It's documented that you said that, yeah.
Yep, you said all those things, Sarah. We're actually gonna lead with Talonflame, so we can Brave Bird the Shiftry.
What did you say?
Actually no, we'll go do a wing beat. That'll probably be enough. Let's see.
Well, and that's not technically my laptop. It's Lucas's laptop.
Oh, it's his laptop. Okay, gotcha. You got any games on your phone?
Lucas, we will, as soon as we can release your phone, we will, but it doesn't, we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over the case.
True, we don't.
Arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, that should probably be at the bottom of your list.
Good point.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Oh, I believe that. Said no one ever.
Did Ryan not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted.
Oh yeah, totally. Don't worry about it. You'll know very shortly. We're gonna grab Rotom. The electric will be useful.
I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
Well, I'm sure we'll let you know.
No, I can't.
I can't, yeah, they're literally not gonna help you.
Like, what?
But you all have more information
No,
than I do.
you told them everything, Sarah.
You might wanna,
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what?
like,
We told you everything that we have.
Yeah,
You know
everything they
that
have
we know.
came from you.
And most of it we got from you.
Never talk to the police.
like I was telling you.
Okay, so we're also gonna grab Shark Beak.
That's bad. Which I swore my son's life was not intentional.
But that doesn't matter. Because
that's why
it was
I'm
intentional.
trying
The
to
evidence
figure
is
out
gonna
what I
bear
can do
out
for
this was
myself.
super intentional.
Going forward with this.
Shellbell. Okay, I think we're good.
With his
Let's go.
family. And are you all just showing up in Lucas now?
We've already both told you that we would be mindful of any situations.
Alright, good. You love to see it. So, Tailwind is a thing, but no Shiftry. Alright, so now it's Toxicroak. We want to finish off Talonflame. I'm gonna Dual Wing Beat the Toxicroak. I'm gonna Shockwave the Talonflame.
See you next time.
Dual Wing Beat with priority. Quite nice.
Isn't the report coming out
Electros is coming in though. Thankfully, Rotom is special and does not care about Will-O-the-Wisp.
This is a public entity, so if someone were to come request
We are gonna swap out
No, I'm talking about,
into, I think, Sigilif.
she's waiting and doing more follow-up, but
She's looking at him against
yeah.
but she
We're gonna swap into Munin. Oh, not great.
so not gonna what?
I'm gonna lunge. I'm gonna, yeah, you're absolutely done, Sarah. You have no idea how done you are. This is not great. I didn't bring anything to counter Electros. I kind of figured you would just, die. I was very wrong, apparently.
How long did this stuff take to get back?
I mean, we're getting there, but it's definitely not an ideal scenario.
You won't get back the swabs and stuff.
Alright, good. Now we gotta build a team for Geo1. He's really scary. He has a Focus Sashed Infernape. He has a Sheer Force Life Orb Nidoking that he leads with. He has a Substitute Earth Eater Orthworm, which means it won't take any damage from ground moves. He has a Veluza. He has a Super Luck Scope Lens Honchkrow. It's just a very hard team to beat. Oh yeah, and Mega Kangaskhan with Parental Bond and all that entails. It's a very hard fight. Like Geo1 to beating Sabrina, it's an incredibly hard ramp up in the difficulty, So now we need to build accordingly.
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I had no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Yeah, she's so boned.
I've done it before.
Why did you do it now?
This case, aside from Sarah's shenanigans with the 9 lawyers, it's super cut and dry.
Clearly haven't
She's
said why.
the defense is not gonna work. She's gonna go to a prison. She is obviously gonna file appeals because everyone has the right to do so, and she loses nothing by filing appeals. And then she'll sit in prison for a long time.
That you don't know.
All right, so let's figure out how we're doing this.
Feeding and petting.
All right, so right off the jump, we know that Nidoking has Earth Power, Ice Beam, Sludge Bomb, and Thunderbolt. So if I use a Flyer, which I have to, realistically it's probably going to need to be Rotom. But it could also be a Steel type.
Like you said, you don't know me.
Definitely can't be a fairy because poison. Let's pull up Nitto. I know ground will be effective, but I could also do psychic. I could do like Sigilif because poison will resist it. Then I could go whatever berry. It's gonna be an issue though if it instantly swaps into Orthworm, because if it swaps into Orthworm instantly, then I don't have the ability to prevent the Shed Tail from going off. It's also possible I go Charizard, but I don't think Charizard can learn Taunt. So let's start looking at Pokemon that have flying that can learn Taunt. If one of them's like really fast, then we don't have to worry about Prankster. Let's see.
And so, for me to have to live with getting him
Okay,
out,
so Golbat would definitely be fast enough. Gyarados probably isn't fast enough. Murkrow can learn it, but it won't be fast enough.
I think that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all I see.
It's about to get good.
So that right there says something.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna go for Talonflame. It will be fast enough.
Not my intention.
Problem is, I don't think Talonflame has anything that would be super effective. So I'm probably gonna need to go something else, you know? Let's see. She's trying to intimate that the fact that she has to give up drinking and live with the consequences that she has put herself in, that's enough. She doesn't deserve to be punished anymore, you know? It's kind of outrageous.
Unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Yeah. Stupid things like this just happen. Okay, Sarah. And if I go Earth move, it just instantly swaps into Orthworm, so I'm kind of reticent to do that. Man, I really wish Charizard learned it.
The daughters too.
Yep, the daughters are victims. Sarah is making literally everything about her.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Yes. Yeah. The detective is pointing out more than you are affected by this, Sarah. And you have the gall to cop an attitude. It's amazing, truly.
CSI that was there yesterday, and she's like, okay.
I wonder if Manty. Here we go. It's happening.
You're not free to go. Okay. Do you promise everything you told us is the truth? Or no? Everything we told us.
They can't learn Taunt.
Yes. What do you mean?
I don't swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so you raised his hand to remind me to tell you. Okay. Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
what, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
I have an idea. Maybe I can whirlwind to get rid of it.
Why?
Since I won't be able to taunt.
To assure that everything that
We're
we
also
talked about
gonna
is-
put Infiltrator on a certain Pokemon, so I can skip the substitute.
Everything that you told us today is true.
Yeah, they're about to arrest her. That's why they hit her with the "you're not free to go."
Okay.
Do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
I'm gonna use rain to outspeed since everyone on the team is so fast.
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
I still have to figure out how we're beating it though.
Well, someone needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Alright, Infiltrator. We want to hold a walk-in berry because of Thunder Punch.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
No, that was a trick. I'm here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right.
your response to everything was
I didn't do it.
basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
That doesn't matter, Sarah.
Still dead.
There's tons of crimes where you don't have to do something intentional. Okay. I'm still not sure how I'm killing Earthworm yet. Probably Charizard.
Why are you trying? Before you all said I could leave.
Yeah, we lied. We're allowed to lie. We lied.
So now,
It's Jover.
right?
It's probably gonna take a few tries, but I think this will work.
Not intentionally.
Doesn't matter, Sarah. Manslaughter doesn't require intent. And they're gonna have more than enough evidence to prove this was intentional.
This was not my intention. I
Well,
was waiting for you all to come and
Psych!
figure out what's
We're
going
allowed
on.
to lie.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home
Nope.
and see Lucas.
No, you're not.
Now he's just not going to have me come home.
Nope. You're right.
So there's nothing that I can do.
Exactly.
There's nothing that I can do
Nope.
in order to go home.
Nothing
and see
you
Lucas
can
and
do.
forget
You
him.
are a murderer. Allegedly.
You'll be afforded the time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge.
Yep, you
All
sure
that
are.
will be worked out.
But what's the time frame to that, though?
5 years apparently, because she keeps stalling by wanting a new lawyer.
I mean, how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
I
don't
had a
work in
suspicion that this was going to happen.
Yet you showed up.
Really bad, please.
Stinking suspicion, and you showed up anyways.
You all took me down.
No, no trick. You willingly came down because you thought you were smarter than everyone, Sarah.
I just got those.
Oh my gosh.
You're not allowed in the jail.
Yeah, too bad.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes.
Nope, no cigarettes allowed.
What?
No. No.
What am I going to do with my car?
It's not gonna matter. You're gonna be in prison.
When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Maybe.
Yeah, once you get down there and get booked in, you'll be able to use the phone in the waiting
Well, how
room.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
No, you don't.
You know, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say that
Okay.
it's a free phone call in the lobby. It's a free
All
phone
I'm doing
call.
is bringing you there, so I can keep bringing you up there.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you?
This is
or
tough.
whoever it is,
I may have to go,
the haunted shows?
Cinderace
I don't know.
because
Let them know that. I don't know.
Well, you're
the
familiar with
Gale
the
Wings are
big
huge,
bag.
but
As long as you
if
go in,
Infernape
you
comes in
have to
behind a
put
sub,
section in the
I need
big bag.
Infiltrator.
You'll be left there for a little
Like,
while.
what's that one in there?
No, that's not us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as what you say is if you don't have to know, then I
Mm,
will.
You'll go in and they'll put you in the big bag. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
I won't do
cursing,
that.
damn it.
I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bank?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic
I guess. So I do have at least one person with taunt. Well, you're gonna get fucked because you're stupid.
Cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
Okay, we're gonna try this and see how it goes. I may not have an answer for the Kangaskhan. I love that she still doesn't get it.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, you showed up anyways. All right, let's go, Geo. I think this is a swap to Orthworm or Honkro. Okay, interesting that it didn't swap. I'm fine with that.
When you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything.
I need to get.
I don't love Veluza.
I have things in my car that I need to.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well,
I don't exactly have anything for this, so I think I'm gonna go air slash. Maybe I get a flinch. Oh, the double fillet away. Well, that's an issue.
So they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work on this. I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. All right,
that's fine. This is probably gonna be fake out. I'm gonna get faked out, sadly. Let's see.
As of now,
Let's
Sarah
set
is still
weather
declaring her
so I can be
innocence, despite
faster
the deluge of
with
evidence against her. She
Mantine.
remains unable to acknowledge that she is not the person she tells people that she is. That she is no longer the straight.
I'm gonna see if I can get a burn.
Who was doing amazing
I
things
could
with her
not.
life. Instead, she is a murderous alcoholic who neglected her child and tarnished everything around her.
I'm still faster.
The case is set to go to trial in the near future.
We got the
She will
burn,
most
that's
likely be
huge.
found guilty and sentenced
Oh,
to
the
life in
para.
prison.
You
If there
hate
are
to see
any
it.
updates to this story, I will report them in a later video.
And Dreading
But as of now,
has.
that is
There
all.
have been
Thank you for
a
watching
lot
this
of
video.
updates
If you
because
liked
this
it
case
and
has
made it to
taken
this
over
point,
5
please
years
leave
to
a
get the
like,
trial.
as it does help in the algorithm. If you have a video suggestion or a
Okay, good.
concern, let me know in the comments down
Orthworm,
below, or email
we
me at
need the taunt so it can't set up the
With all that
shed
said,
tail.
Have a great day and stay safe.
So yeah, since this video went live, Sarah has gone through 9 lawyers. It's unprecedented. She even represented herself at some point because after the last lawyer was removed, the judge decided that through Sarah's conduct alone, she forfeited the right to have state-appointed counsel. But after that happened, she put out a help ad for a lawyer, and a lawyer responded to her. So she does currently have a lawyer, and the trial is going to happen on October 7th until we figure out that it gets delayed again. But the judge stated that there would be no more continuances related to representation. So if there has to be a continuance regarding something else, it could definitely still happen. Also, this was Dreading. I hope you enjoyed the content. He does a lot of true crime content videos. He's covered Chris Watts in depth. He's covered Ezra McCandless, another narcissist who gaslit, gatekept girl bossed her way into a prison sentence. She's covered all sorts of crime. He covered Jussie Smollett, the hoaxer of a hate crime, because he wanted more views on his TV show and he wanted a higher paycheck. We're gonna do some Pallas Cat content real quick because we did go through all this today. We're gonna go with this super dramatic one of Bolt and Polly from Monetization. Alright, so we got the taunt off, that's huge. We're going to U-turn out into Spyro. We flamethrower, sadly it doesn't really matter because of Infernape. But on the upside, we broke the sash, which is important. So now we're gonna go dual wing beat and hope I don't die to Thunder Punch. Nice, that's beautiful. You'll love to see it. This is probably Sucker Punch, sadly. We're gonna go in with Crobat. Nope, we got Drill Packed. Feels bad. Well, that definitely did not go the way I would have liked. I'm gonna have to reset, sadly. I mean, that wasn't a bad first attempt, but I fucked up a few too many things, it would seem. Alright. Bull and Polly, they're the royal couple at Nasu Animal Kingdom. You also have Nar and Az. Alright, let's go, Giovanni. Oh, we low rolled. Feels bad. You hate to see it. Now we got Earthworm. Okay, so Whirlwind is reduced priority. I'm not a fan of that. Yep, that's fine. Okay. I think I live this. So adorable. Also, as much as I like the speed advantage, I don't think rain buffing Veluza's water moves is a good idea. So I am absolutely going to be getting rid of those two. All right, we're gonna store, and we're gonna store. This way we can grab Flamigo to deal with what's his face. To deal with Kangaskhan. And then I think I'm gonna grab... I don't know. Part of me wants to go Vespa Queen to block the priority move from Kangaskhan and the Sucker Punch from Whatnot. But they also have fire. So that's kind of an issue too, you know? I think I'm gonna go Gliscor. Let's see. So Flamigo is fine there, I'd say. Let's go Citrus Berry. And by that, let's go Cherry to avoid paralysis from Body Slam, ideally. Gliscor. Ice Fang, U-Turn, Knockoff. I'd say all those are relatively fine. But I'm probably gonna grab Rock Slide instead. Welcome back, Magica. I'm currently working on Giovanni 1. Then we're gonna wrap up the stream and find someone to raid. Surge took a minute. Erica was a sweep first try with Talonflame. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well. Presumably your phone is fully charged now. All right. And I had tried to use Whirlwind to prevent what's-his-nuts from doing Shed Tail, but I think it has reduced priority because it didn't go first. So we will not be ever trying Whirlwind again on that. Actually, no, now that I think about it, I'm going to get rid of Gligar and I'm going to use Rotom. At least I'll have something better for a certain Pokemon in particular. Alright, let's see. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me, but it is a shame nonetheless. Alright. We will grab Wingbeat. We did not end up needing Wide Guard because we did Drizzle Swift Swim to get rid of Aerodactyl. Alright. Gonna keep the Air Slash, gonna keep the Volt Switch. I don't need defog. So I think we'll grab Thunderbolt. Also, I have a headache creeping in, so it's probably for the best that stream will be Jover after we raid someone and I beat this fight. All right, let's see. No, we'll stick to that for now. Okay, I think we're fine. All right, let's see how that goes. So initially, I one-shot the Nido King, but then I low-rolled my damage next time. All right. Looks like it has to be Spoon because I need to make sure Nido King dies to a one-hit. Alright, that's fine though. Alright. Hey, Dr. Justice, hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. Currently working on GO1. Surge was rough. Erica was a first try. I forget what it's called. Isn't it like bent spoon or something? Ah, Twisted Spoon. Yes, thank you. You are correct. I have to make absolutely certain it dies in one hit. Initially, I got lucky and it high rolled, but then it low rolled twice in a row, and it's like, yeah, that can't happen. But now it's probably gonna read that I have the Twisted Spoon, and it's gonna instantly swap out. Then it will get the Shed Tail up, and everything will be Jover forever, you know? Alright, let's see. Where are you? How are you feeling today, Dr. Justice? What have you been up to? Also, what's for dinner? There we go. All right, let's run this back. It's gonna take a few tries, but I think we can get there. All right, so down for real, not for play. We already know it's gonna fillet away. Oh, I was wrong. It did not fillet away. All right, fuck me. It's gonna water move. Not great. D-Gleam, very good. Kangaskhan. Initially, I was thinking about going Hustle for the Aura Sphere, but I don't want the rest of my abilities missing, you know? Hey, Taro, how you doing? Thank you for stopping by. I hope you've been doing well. What have you been up to? It's too much. It's okay, we have Flamigo. You hate to see it. This is probably a reset. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that work's fucking you over regarding the back. I'll continue praying for you. Steak and ale with mash and gravy sounds hella good. I'm not sure what I'm gonna be having yet. This is very likely a reset already, and it's faster, so it's probably gonna yeah, I have to reset. This is brutal. I knew it was gonna be difficult, but I didn't think it was gonna be this bad. Once again, always underestimating how hard Supercell made this. Swap out, we wanna go into Togekiss. D-Gleam, it kills. It's gonna go for the fake out. I'm gonna hope I don't die in one hit. Hang in there. I mean, it's 130 base power with stab, so it needs to do a lot, but sadly it does not do enough. I don't think I live. Yeah, I don't live that. Maybe I live it. I do not. All right, so that's hugely problematic. I think I have to hold a super effective item and then hope I don't lose out on damage, you know? Oh, that's right, I was doing paralysis for the Paraberry. Right. Because I was expecting to get parried from the body slam. All right, very nice. Swap into Togekiss. D-Gleam. It's gonna be Fake Out, which we know. Do I have... I do not. Okay. Beautiful. It worked. Okay, so Flamigo ultimately did what I needed her to. Please don't die. Rotom. Okay, we're good. So far. We are going to be outsped here. So I think I'm going to try to swap out with a Volt Switch. Or not. I'm just going to die. How did Physio go for you the other day, Dr. Justice? Okay, so we resist. Well, no, we don't resist. We have a Lightning Berry for Thunder Punch. We're going to go Dual Wing Beat and hope we don't die. Sword Dance, if this Dual Wing Beat doesn't kill, it doesn't kill. I think we're dead here, sadly. No, we're not. Hell yeah. All right, Earthworm. We're going to Flamethrower. Hell yeah. And we got there. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Let's see. So we are going to now teleport out because I don't want to fight that one guy if we don't have to. I'm gonna save. We're gonna do one more Pallas Cat video, then we are gonna find someone to raid. All right, so we beat GL1. I'd say we more or less did what I wanted to get done today. Also, P. Diddy was indicted, so I look forward to watching content on that tomorrow. They took their sweet time, but there's no rush because you want to make sure you get all the ducks in a row when you're bringing charges against someone, you know? Once again, Monday through Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern through at least 10 p.m., Pokemon, crime coverage, and Pallas Cats. We covered Sarah Boone's interrogation since her trial is going to be happening on October 7th, short of a delay that isn't due to her counsel. Okay, let's see. I mean, there's definitely something to be said for building strength in the neck, but I'm under the impression, actually no, I'm not. Is where your neck, is that where the bulging or slip disc is, or was it lower? I don't know if you ever told me where the slip disc was. I had physio and it didn't overly help me, but that doesn't mean it can't help you, you know? All right, let's see. This is another Russian Pallas Cat, Timothy. He's at least 4 years old. His birthday was earlier this year. I also love the wood drums. It has that Kill Bill music sound. He's very fluffy. Such a good boy. His little brown Pete's. Okay. All right. I am sorry to hear about you having a degenerative lower back and spine. That's definitely not something one wants to hear. My mom has slipped / bulging discs. She has a herniated back as well. And then I have 3 bulging discs in my L3 through 5. So back issues, not fun. Hopefully you're able to get some level of money coming your way. If it ends up meaning you're not able to work, then again, if the injury wasn't at work, they're probably not going to want to bother. So I feel for you. Once again, I'll continue to keep you and everyone else that is struggling in my prayers. Ooh, gotta get a good stretch in every now and again. Like, I could throw a dart and it would hit a relative that has had back issues. Whether it be genetic, car accident, work-related, etc., you know? Cheese boy. The dramatic music's a nice touch, too. So cute. That little flourish of the flute as well. Yeah, that's fair. That's also understandable. Life will suddenly catch up to you, and the ravages of time are exempt to no one, which is why I do try to avoid as much back work as I can, since, you know, I already know it's a problem, and I definitely did some damage to it when I was younger, hauling dead deer through the forest so we could gut it for Dad so he could have his venison. And then obviously all the yard work I had to do when I was younger, laying down on my bed, arching my back, definitely it's not great. Plus whatever genetics I got from Mom. So yeah, not a good time. Not fun for anyone. We'll do one more Pallas Cat video, then we're gonna find someone to raid. Sadly, Anna Novikova hasn't really done anything new with Pallas Cats, and Travel for Animals hasn't either. So I'm definitely starting to run out of manual content, which I don't love. This is more footage of Timothy when he was Babby. His brothers and sisters being Chip, Earl, Emma, Lolo, and Pepe. Lolo is one of the female Pallas Cats that have given birth this year. I think Pepe was involved in some Pallas Cats being born too. Timothy, he is the son of Zelenogorsk and Leshtoka. Yes. Yes, I have had friends and other streamers lurking to help my numbers. For example, Scarlet, Violet Disciple, she'll usually raid me every other day. Cosplay Gamer Yumi has been lurking me. HQ has been lurking me. Magica has been lurking me. I'm wholly appreciative of these things because I had the other metrics more or less relatively good, but the concurrent viewers has been a problem. Last I checked, I'm at 2.71, and once I get 3, I will absolutely be working on affiliate stuff. I'm gonna need to work on emotes. I'm gonna need to work on channel point stuff. I'm still waiting for my logo from my artist because I don't want to have one logo on the channel versus another logo for the VODs because, you know, branding. But it's almost been a year. So I don't know how much longer I can really stall on the VODs, right? So this is the mother. That's Lashtoka. And she's so adorable. Constantly chasing away her kittens. She clearly just wants some me time. And she thinks the kittens are too young to be outside. She's so cute. Such a tiny face. Yeah, very much a model chase. Yes. The first time I streamed, I more or less manipulated the metrics to do that. But there's a concern that after I hit affiliate, because of the fact that I had to, you know, more or less manipulate it to get there, it wouldn't stay. I don't know, Tara. I don't even know what transcoding is. It sounds progressive, though. Oh. Yeah, very much a lol. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm sorry to hear I'm no longer trans, Taro. That's not very poggers of me, I know. Yeah, okay. Oh, I love when they do that. Also, yeah, I turned my stream down to 1080p, I think like a month ago, to help for the people who couldn't handle 1440p. But yeah, the model, the Pallas cat, I love them. I hope you love them too. We are gonna find someone to raid. Let's see who is on. But yeah, we got to Geo1 today. I'm hoping that I can get to, what's it called? Weather routes and or rematches tomorrow. I'm still gonna play Pokemon after I beat Mono Flying, but I don't know if it's gonna be Rad Red, you know? So let's see what's what. I know what I'll do. Okay, I did find someone, and hopefully they're actually still live when I go to raid them and they're not offline like those two people the one day. All right, let's go. So, per usual, every Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. to at least 10 p.m. Eastern, Pokemon, crime coverage, and Pallas cats. Some of the things that are Pokemon that I could play, other ROM hacks, fan games, Emerald Rogue, which is a roguelike. There's definitely other things we can do. So it's good. All right, let's see. I hope everyone has a good rest of their evening, and I will see you all tomorrow. We're gonna do this raid. Take care, everyone. All right, let's see. And thank you everyone who has stopped by, like Magica, Dr. Justice, Taro, Piranha Plants, the people who stuck around after the raid, etc. I'm sure there's some I'm forgetting and I do apologize. All right. This person is currently on attempt 15.5. They're doing a Rad Red Nuzlocke. So let's see how they're doing.